Okay, my dudes, we are hunting for the hype. Hunting the hype. I mean, 7 days, 10 hours, 35 minutes and 50 seconds on the seconds here, my dudes. Hunting the hype. Checking out what we know so far, like what info have we actually got. Checking out what other people are thinking. Are other people hyped? I mean, I see a lot of creators like really starting to prepare for the reveal that's in a week, you know? So usually I have like a couple of outlets at least that I'm checking out for the hype surrounding like league starts. And I'm like a lot of other people, like I'm in the camp of not, like I've not been around for PoE 1 for long enough to get like mega hyped for PoE 1 leagues, but PoE 2, I'm here for it all. And the hype has literally started already, I feel. So I was thinking I was just gonna start off basically today with the Talkative Brothers. I'm just gonna check out a like the newest episode of the Brothers in Exile. And I will just be moving on to some other I will be moving on to like other stuff. Checking out what there is to be checked out, basically. Okay, yeah, that was stupid. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do it like this. So let's hear what these guys have to say.
If it's in PoE 1, I just have a simple question for GGG. Why have you developed so many solutions in your first game, but not in second game?
I think this is one of the biggest.
So hold on. Cast on Comet? Like, is that his name? Is Cast on Comet Tries Brothers like stage name?
If it's in PoE 1, I just have a simple question for GGG. Why have you developed so many solutions in your first game, but not in second game?
I think this is one of the biggest.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to fix something. Hold on, like this. Hold on. I need to fix something.
When you run Temple, you wax on by gathering all the minions, and you wax off by casting Spark and Comet Temple.
No, I meant like actually say something of value. Hi, Exiles. Welcome to another episode of Brothers in Exile. We are here finally to talk about some actual patch 0.5 news. Remember, we are two IRL brothers doing a weekly Path of Exile 2 podcast. Cast on comment. Everybody knows my reactions to these teasers. I may have made some delirious breakdown videos. What did you think about the first two trailers we got for Return of the Ancients?
Okay, so I got no idea.
Okay, so hopefully like they're gonna show them, so I don't have to like check it out in separate videos.
I got no idea actually.
You're like
because
me.
here's the thing. The first trailer appears to be Endgame, so that's really cool. The first
Yeah, okay, so the first teaser, like that's the that's like the big tower coming up from the ground.
teaser. The second one looks like to be the actual league mechanic. So let's dive into the first one. The first one, okay. We got like this massive fortress that looks like the towers spawning out of this jagged black rock, and then we have in the middle like a super teeny tiny burning monolith where the Ash of Arbiter is.
Yeah.
And we got some statues we're looking at. And honestly, I had no idea what to think about it. I actually didn't even see the burning monolith before you pointed out to me. I had no idea it was that small on the entire screen.
Well, hold on. Why is the sound not here? Oh, wait. Why is the sound not here?
Biggest L's in
Okay, I'm just gonna do like a
Huey
different.
won. I just have a simple question
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a different sound output here.
for GGG. Why have you developed so many solutions in your first game, but not in second game?
I think this is one of the biggest L's in PoE 2 right now.
Oh, can I wax? Wax on, fellas. Wax off. When you run temple, you wax on by gathering all the minions, and you wax off by casting spark and comet.
No, I meant like actually say something of value. Hi, Exiles. Welcome to another episode of Brothers in Exile. We are here finally to talk about some actual patch 0.5 news. Remember, we are two IRL brothers doing a weekly Path of Exile 2 podcast. Cast on comment.
What's with this like this board in the background here where it says there was no delay? Bro, there is a delay, right? Like the league is supposed to last 4 months, and 0.5 is like it's gonna be pushing on 6.
Everybody knows my reaction
There was delays.
to these teasers. I may have made some delirious breakdown videos. What did you think about the first two trailers we got for Return of the Ancients?
Hold up. Yeah, I just realized that if I don't have like the correct audio settings here, like this might actually be like the audio might actually be like deleted in the freaking VOD.
Fellas, wax off. When you run temple, you wax on by gathering all the minions, and you wax off by casting spark and comet.
No, I meant like actually say something of value. Hi, Exiles. Welcome to another
Okay,
episode
come
of
on.
Brothers in Exile.
Hopefully now it's all good.
We are here finally to talk about some actual patch 0.5 news. Remember, we are two IRL brothers doing a weekly Path of Exile 2 podcast. Cast on comment. Everybody knows my reactions to these teasers. I may have made some delirious breakdown videos. What did you think about the first two trailers we got for Return of the Ancients?
Okay, so I got no idea.
Okay,
I got no idea actually.
You're like
because
me.
here's the thing. The first trailer appears to be Endgame, so that's really cool. The first
I wonder what makes him say that. Like, what is it with the first trailer that is like so obvious Endgame? I don't get it. I mean, it's just basically just like a huge building, kind of like rising up from the ground. Like I don't understand like why is he so sure that it's like Endgame related?
teaser. The second one looks like to be the actual league mechanics. So let's dive into the first one. The first one, okay?
Yeah, I think it's the second one is like could be like league mechanic orientated, but also like maybe class related.
Okay. We got like this massive fortress that looks like the towers spawning out of this jagged black rock. And then we have in the middle like a super teeny tiny burning monolith where the Ash of Arbiter is.
Yeah.
And we got some statues we're looking at. And honestly, I had no idea what to think about it. I actually didn't even see the burning monolith before you pointed out to me. I had no idea it was that small on the entire screen. However, what's really interesting about that first teaser is that the main statue, the big statue rising out of the ground that is after the Arbiter of Ash, appears to be a girl, right? So like, is the pinnacle, is like the top pinnacle of mapping going to be a girl?
Wait, are
What?
you rage
What? What?
baiting right now? What are you doing?
No, the statue has like parts of a girl.
So, what's wrong with the boss being a girl? What are you on right now?
Well, I'm just really curious, right? Because we have the Arbiter of Ash, and then we have like this like wyvern dude, and then we have this massive statue of a girl, right? So like, are we gonna get not one pinnacle, but all of the pinnacles, or two pinnacles? Like, is that the last pinnacle? Is that it? And also, like, we already got like a Ziri last like league mechanic, so I'm really curious if like, who is this other person? Is this like the at Ziri before at Ziri?
Okay, I see where you're going now. I thought you were going in a different direction. You thought maybe you were going to get the Nazgul pinnacle? I don't know. You were rage baiting me. Okay, I actually don't. I think that people are kind of onto something, that all these statues are essentially the Ancients. The Ancients are returning. I think we're going to get a set of boss.
Okay, so these statues are like the Ancients, right? Or like that's the theory here. I mean, I'm kind of like on board for that. Like, I don't know the lore at all for like the Ancients, but I mean that would be really cool if like the Ancients are like a set of a bunch of like huge old statues, kind of like the boss. Oh, I can't remember his name, but like the Colossus one, the mega buggy one. Remember that one?
So I don't think we're going to get one. I think we'll get at least two brand new big pinnacles in the same vein of Arbiter.
He thinks we're going to get two new Arbiter bosses? Or like on that level? Two of them?
But I don't think we're going to get all of them right now, actually. I said in jest, 8 new pinnacles plus this one big main pinnacle.
8 new pinnacles, bro?
I think
that's a lot.
Grinding Gear Games are setting up an endgame story right now, a lot like what they did with Path of Exile 1 with War for the Atlas. They initially introduced the Shaper as a boss, then the Elder, and then you could fight the Elder.
So like what a lot of people have been really, really like feeling like's missing is basically like endgame. So this is really interesting. What Try is actually saying about the like the end game story, because right now people have been feeling in PoE2 like up until this point, or I mean it still is like this, so nothing has changed yet. But people have been feeling like you go through the campaign, you get to the end game, and basically like when you have done kind of like the the corruptions and like the citadels and actually getting the fragments to do arbiter, you're basically done, right? But like this, having this more of like a story in the end game, more like a clear story kind of thing that you're following, I think that would be really cool.
Shaper at the same time, and then they brought in Sirius with the Conquerors of the Atlas. Like, they're going to be expanding on this for years, and I think they understand this as well. They have a whole narrative team. They've recently expanded it out, so I think they've plotted out the beats for it, and they're setting the foundation. So I think
because that's like what a lot of people are also feeling and thinking about Path of Exile, just like in general. If it's like 1 or 2, doesn't really matter, but it's just like the way that kind of like the game is built. It's like what's really expanding, if you think about it, is like the end game. Because the end game is basically having like all these different mechanics and all these different activities, basically, that you can kind of like build upon in endgame. So campaign is just like an introduction of these mechanics, right? So in endgame is where you like really flesh them out, but that needs to be addressed in the state it is right now. So it's going to be more clear what you are supposed to do, or like the directions you can take. Because if you've been playing Path of Exile for a while, you would know that like a lot of the like endgame strategies are kind of like focused around the specific mechanics. But having not like only the kind of like the mechanic chase or the mechanic grind, also kind of like having a story that's like even kind of deeper than the campaign. That would be really cool in like endgame.
We won't actually get that girl as you're talking about, the big centerpiece one, but I think the story will build up to her, and we'll learn some more actual lore about the ancients. I know a couple creators like Halsey Kanish, she actually put out a lore video specifically about the ancients. I kind of talked about the ancients in mine, but they're very enigmatic. So I think this expansion is going to have the first real substantive lore about these guys, which is exciting for a lore enjoyer. But I don't think we're going to get her, but I think we'll get a couple pinnacles. I think you're right.
Okay, so this is not the girl update.
I don't think so. I don't think we'll get her.
We will eventually have an update. That would be the girl update, where we have like the girl. Okay,
leading up. Cool. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do we have a name for this individual, or is this just like the first time we've seen the statue?
Oh, I think, yeah. So all the most of the other ones you can actually see in the excavation place with the murals, but her, I don't think you see her. She does kind of actually look like Atziri, though. If you kind of like Atziri, she almost looks Valish with her regalia. But I can't recall seeing her elsewhere. We have no ancient names. Like there's a debate whether or not Sin is an ancient, because he was in his
Sin is a god, right?
His youth, when they were like fading basically from memory and everything. So it's really cloudy, the whole ancient
look. So the ancients are like way older than the Val.
Yeah, they're older than the gods, because
the ancients are even older than the gods.
You haven't played PoE 1, but the gods
but the Sin is a god, right?
Great class are like humans that ascended. They absorbed a bunch of divinity. You got corruption and you have divinity. Gods are created with divinity, and basically people worshiping them. Yeah, they were ascended humans, essentially. So like Sin is a god, Ancients.
Okay, so the ancients are even like older than that, and they're not even like maybe even not even human. Correct. They're like at some other.
So what is the beast? Is the beast an ancient?
Being,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I know, like Path of Exile 1, the end game's a lot about like extraterrestrial creatures, extra dimensional creatures coming in to blow up Raycrass for some reason, because Raycrass is important for some reason.
Yes.
I don't really know the lore of Path of Exile 1. That's kind of like I've heard, right? But like, is the ancients
Atlas.
like perhaps like these guys? These guys before the Atlas became a thing, are they like the first Atlas people? Are they the first interdimensional people?
Well, no, I actually don't think so. So my big theory is Path of Exile 1 has a focus on extraplanar, extraterrestrial entities. I don't think it's extraplanar. It's not different planes. It's at literal different planets. I think that's the lore of Pee-wee 1. You have the Maven, you have the Shaper, you have all these other creatures that live in a different universe, essentially. And I think with Pee-wee 2, what they're doing is they're setting up a more grounded, I don't know if that's the right word, but it's a more just personal story to Rayclass. So we're not going without Rayclass. You got to remember the Atlas, we're supposed to be traversing actual Rayclass. In Pee-wee 1, the Atlas is planar. You're traveling to dream worlds, right? But in Pee-wee 2, you are supposed to be traveling to various points across the actual continent of Rayclass. So I think we're going to get a far more personal story to the world, to the continent, and focus on that instead of, oh no, this alien has come to take us over. And
yeah, it's kind of like making me think like if we think about like the delve mechanic, kind of like the kind of like the mechanic of like or kind of like the experience of like going down, like deeper. So instead of like expanding, going kind of upwards, like going downwards, I think like that's the feeling they should go for,
you know,
if it makes sense. Like going deeper into what's already there instead of like, you know, expanding and going other places.
farm the Atlas and the like.
So your predictions, we're in a very personal end game, like just like Rayclass relationship therapy, pretty much.
No, we'll be,
and then we have
digging.
Zesh.
We'll be digging.
And then we have Zesh over here.
Zesh is different. Zesh is extra player. But I think
and then we have Zesh being like, I am from the outer places.
I think the core story is going to be, it's going to be focused on the history of the world. And that's something, the ancient history of the world has always been very enigmatic. There's like Calandra. Calandra is supposedly one of the oldest beings. Is she an ancient? Is she not an ancient? In Pee-wee 1, she just seems to be a bird-like creature. What the heck is that? Nobody knows. Maybe we'll learn more about Calandra. There's so much mystery when it comes to these early days. And actually, like the ancients, I believe, if I remember correctly, they kind of faded when the winter of the world happened, which I believe is the first time when the Abyssals invaded Rayclass. So they're all in a way like kind of interconnected. So maybe they were planning this with Rise of the Abyssals, because remember, 0.4 was supposed to be the big endgame patch after Rise of the Abyssals. They pushed it. So it all could be interconnected. But I could talk about this for literally hours. Did you have any thoughts about teaser 2, or did you want to dig deeper?
Of course, right? So teaser 2, just want to say this right now, kind of blows your like ancient thing out of the water, because like I'm gonna be honest, that last creature we see of like our character talking about being like, oh, I've trained years for something, and he looks up and there's like this like I remember like 1/2 a second of it, but it looks like some sort of like crab squid, like
crab squid. Bro, it's like a huge like this enormous freaking like spider construct thingy
creature with like a blue orb, right? So like maybe some sort of construct, but to me that looks kind of like extraterrestrial. That kind of looks like extraplanar, honestly.
I totally disagree. No. Okay, see, you don't know the Pee-wee. So it seems that long
you
before...
don't know the Pee-wee 1 lore. No, you must play the first game before you can enjoy the second.
No, I think I have a greater breadth of knowledge. So it seems that before the current generation of people on Rayclass, and even like the Val, they were obviously technologically superior, even though they lived hundreds, maybe thousands of years ago, right? Before the Val, it seems like there were other people, maybe the ancients, were also far technologically superior. In Path of Exile 1, there are like sentinels, which are basically constructs buried deep beneath the earth. The Kalgurans obviously have some pretty good technology. They use runes and the like, and the light of the stars.
Yeah, I mean, it is very blue, and like Expedition is kind of blue.
This kind of gives, I think, Expedition vibes. Personally, it could also even do with the new end game. It could be an ancient construct. I agree with you that it's like it's a construct. It's definitely that. But what is it? I have no like. I have a semblance of an idea. I think it's hinting at a revamp to Expedition. I think my big theory that I laid out in a recent video is that every core league is going to get substantial content added to it, or it's going to be revamped. So like Breach, I think they'll get a couple bosses, some new rewards, and it'll get some extra love from Path of Exile.
Like, I think this expansion, like the end game, like I think we're gonna get a lot of things, or I'm hoping we're gonna get a lot of things. Like, I'm hoping we're gonna get basically upgrades to Breach. Like, I'm hoping we're gonna get like a Breach that's more similar to like how Breach was updated in PoE 1. Also, I'm hoping for like a more fleshed out expedition mechanic. Abyss, I feel is really good the way it kind of is already. What other mechanics? Like Wisp mechanics, I mean, maybe that should be like a little more fleshed out in a way. But like I'm hoping like we're gonna get like revamped basically versions of the mechanics, league mechanics. That's already in there, you know. Excuse me. More like, so like we have like the bossing, the breach, the abyss, the temple. Now, if it goes core, like we don't know yet if the temple is gonna go core. It probably is, right? What else? Like the wisps. What else? Yeah, expedition. Also delirium. But like, I feel like they can all be like even more, how can I put it, like accessible and kind of fleshed out. Because if you're like a new PoE player, or at least like a PoE, 2, or I mean, like in general, just like a new PoE player, like understanding that what you're kind of supposed to do, or like that you are able to kind of like customize all these league mechanics in the end game. I don't think it's necessarily like super obvious that that's like kind of like what you should be doing. So hoping for kind of like an updated approach, I guess, to that aspect of endgame.
Exile 1 Breach. I think like Expedition, it could honestly be revamped. It's kind of boring for a league mechanic.
Yeah,
it's
word.
Very good in PoE 1.
Yeah, word. Yeah, or just like the approach, is like how we actually approach the mechanics and how we are thinking about the mechanics, how we're using them.
PoE 2, I don't know if it fits.
Okay. Interesting. One more thought on both these videos. Okay. What's with the terrain? The terrain is like black, jagged rocks. We haven't really seen that in Path of Exile 2 from what I remember.
Delirium?
I'm not seeing like any like black volcanic, not like volcanic, just like darkstone, jagged darkstone everywhere. And that's the terrain we see in both trailers. Is that like Act 5, Act 6 terrain? Or is this a brand new terrain that we're being introduced to? And does that lead to perhaps another out of map league mechanic?
Well, you're encroaching on maybe one of your bingo predictions for 0.5.
We will.
But
Yeah, we'll
Act
stick to it.
5, I think, is a massive cope. I don't think. I
100%.
mean, I understand that they outwardly stated last week that this will be one of their largest Path of Exile updates of all time. And for the people saying, Kelly said it's going to be the biggest ever, she did not say that. She said one of the biggest. Okay, stop putting words in her mouth.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And in Path of Exile 1, they've had updates where they literally like added 6 acts. 5 acts. No, they added 5 acts to the game. We've had in Path of Exile 2, like 0.3, where we had Return of the Abyssal. We had Act 4. We've had classes added. So I do feel like this has to be a very meaty patch.
Yeah, so I think like there are a bunch of things in the game that are like close to finish, but we are kind of like being like almost like drip fed these small pieces at a time. So I think like a lot more of the game is actually like really, really close to be finished, but they're kind of figuring out like how they are portioning it out. But I think they also realized like these like patches has to be really impactful. They have to be impactful because that's kind of like the PoE formula. It has to be really impactful to make people to like really pull people in, basically.
But I feel like Act 5 is going to be saved for Exile Con and 1.0. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, dude, you actually might have just convinced me. I actually haven't thought about this because I pushed the cope out of my mind. But Jonathan has said so many times how he wants to have like Act 5 at least tested.
Yeah, so the like the big things that we are actually missing before like we kind of like have everything that we are kind of already promised, right? It's the 2 acts, like there's 2 acts missing, and there are 3 or 4 classes. Like I can't remember exactly if it's 3 or 4, but it's like 3 or 4 classes, right? That's what we are basically kind of like the big things that we know are coming. But the question is like with a 0.5 now, like how much of that are we going to be getting? Because like the plan for 0.4 was that like they were going to be releasing all the things that they released in 0.4, like the temple, the druid, but they were also going to be releasing like a big end game thing. So the question is like what was originally planned for 0.5? Because we are basically going to be getting that plus an end game revamp, right?
By the player base before they push 1.0. But Act 6 they think they could hold because it's shorter.
Yeah.
And it's very different from all the other acts. If December is 1.0 and they don't have another patch between now and then, which honestly I think is the case and lots of people are predicting, maybe they do want to drop Act 5 into the game, dude. Oh no.
Hold on, I have a question. I got a question for the lore master of these 2 people. Yeah. Okay, all right. Oriath is Act 5, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
What does Oriath look like right now?
Great question.
Because as far as I understand, it's like destroyed.
Yeah, it's an.
Yes, I'm wondering with Expedition and stuff. If we think about it, if we think about PoE 1, with King's March, like was King's March intended to be like part of the expedition mechanic? Like, is that also something that's like potentially going to be expanded upon in like the revamp of Expedition in PoE 2? I wonder.
Island, so it's an archipelago, and it in PoE 1 when we go there, we're in the city of Theopolis, so we're not actually in the wilderness of Oriath at all. So we've never actually seen any place outside of Theopolis on Oriath. So it's very possible that we are seeing the shores of
the Black Rocks.
Oriath, the Black Rocks, and that maybe this giant arachnid construct is a creation of the Twilight Order that meets us on the shores or something?
I would think this was like part of the new league mechanic they're going to introduce.
Oh, okay. You think so?
Right? That's my thought.
I don't
Because like
think
the
so.
guy talking about it,
Yeah.
who's that guy? Is he a new class or is he the league mechanic NPC?
I think that they were hinting at a new class with him, but I don't think he is a new class. I think he's an NPC, but he had like the dagger on his belt. I think the dagger was like
Oh,
such...
you think
Okay.
it's Rogue? Okay,
I think it's Shadow.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Shadow,
it was
Shadow.
so plainly like right there.
Mhm.
Either they did it intentionally, or GG. Either they did it intentionally and the Shadow is releasing, or they did it intentionally and the Shadow's not releasing, and they just wanted to create a whole bunch of hubbub. Because they think through this stuff, especially like they have Kelly now. She's messing with the community. She's throwing out all these gifs and little notes, and she posted a picture of a spider appearing out of nowhere the other day. And what's in the teaser yesterday? A big spider, right? Like, she knows what she's doing. So I think it's a Shadow. Do you think it's a new class? Because I think it's an NPC, but I think it was hinting at a new class coming.
What have they been working on for the past like 5 months? Because by the time 0.4 came out, Endgame wasn't done, but from our understanding,
yeah. So now it's gonna say what I think now it's gonna say basically what I just said, with the like the Endgame revamp was actually gonna be released last patch, right?
it was mostly there. Maybe some polish, maybe some additional things. It wasn't right for 0.4, but for 0.5, like they've had like 4 months probably of like not endgame focused content they could be developing upon, right? So like I would expect it has to be an act or a class or both. How hard are these other classes? Like how difficult is Shadow compared to Druid?
Yeah, so like I really hope that it's not going to be this case of like all the other classes that are coming now are going to be like super cool, and they're going to have to go back to everything before Druid and kind of like pimp them up in a way. Like I hope that's not going to be the case, but they've really set some expectations, right? Like all the things that you can do with the Druid, like the Druid, like I've not been playing a lot of the Druid. Like I've been playing quite a lot, but like I have a level 90 character in this league on a Druid, but like it's just like how you approach or how that class feels. It just feels so much like bigger, and you know, you feel like you have so much more directions basically you can go. That's not necessarily the case, because there are a lot of directions you can go with the other classes as well, but like just the expectation of the release of a new class after Druid, I think it's like the bar is quite high.
Well, I don't know, because it's pretty funny. I've had a lot of talk about meaningful combat and why PoE 2 is bad. I watched a whole bunch of older interviews, and when asked about it, especially by people who weren't in the PoE 2 scene or the PoE 1 scene, like Josh Strife Hayes, Jonathan is asked, why make PoE 2 when you have PoE 1? And his response in a lot of these interviews is like, to fix melee combat. And I think it's just hilarious that Shadow, Duelist, Templar, Marauder, these 4 classes, they are the most melee of melee classes. I think they might be... I know they said Druid was hard because the animations. I think the other classes might be a little tricky because they really want to get the balance right. It's obvious that people were in an uproar about like maces, and still are, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I think they are. I think they're finicking a lot behind the scenes. This is total speculation, though. I have no insight. But
bro, that just reminded me of the flail, bro. We need the flail.
I agree. I think there's a new class, and I think Endgame is... I think they worked on Endgame up until now. I think because that's something that you can infinitely polish, add stuff to, right?
And basically that's kind of like what they're doing, right? When all the acts are in, it's just like focus, like the end game focus. It's like, what can we add to the end game, right? But also like classes and like I feel like they've set the bar really high with like having 12 classes. Because if you have 12 classes, the classes needs to be distinct from each other, I feel. Or I feel like that's what they should be in. But also like all the different kind of directions that you can take the classes in. So I feel like that's gonna be like a huge part of PoE 2 when it's like fully released as well. It's gonna be like the further excuse me, it's gonna be the further expansion of like the different directions that you can take the different classes.
Act 5, I've heard from devs, I won't say any dev name, but I've heard that they're like 90% done with Act 5 over a year ago. So it could drop in, or they could have thrown a lot of it away, right?
Okay.
I don't know. But
all right. We've said a lot of spicy stuff, but I think some of the stuff we've been talking about is going to end up on the bingo card.
True.
So I'm going to end the conversation about these two videos because I think any more speculation is just going to be predictions. And that should only be on bingo.
Okay, well, let's not do predictions. Let's lay out some cold hard facts, because before we get into our Brothers in Exile 0.5 bingo card, which, by the way, depending on if we get horizontal or vertical bingo, we're either going to do something, negative for each other. Leave a comment below about what you think we should do if we do get bingos. I really appreciate it, guys. I want to hear your take on the delay drama. And it's going to be a short segment, guys. If you don't want to hear about delays, timestamps are below. What do you think? What do you think about it?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. Maybe I'm in a very privileged position of being just a normal person, kind of, and then playing other games and other things to do. But, like, it's early access, guys. Of course there was going to be delays. I mean, there was a delay in almost every single patch besides for 0.2, right?
Okay.
Right?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they've been addressing like delays and like earlier delays and stuff, and like, so kind of like the issue is like not the delay in itself, but it's just like the fact that we are kind of like promised that things are changing in like how they are approaching it, and that they are like they were actually supposed to be like really setting like the dates for when the patches are gonna be dropping, and they are gonna like that was the thing that we were kind of like promised that was gonna happen. Like they are setting not like content specific drop dates, but like the dates were gonna be set, and like whatever they were able to do up until that point is what was gonna be released, right? So they were supposed to be kind of like change things up a bit, but it seems like they might have gone back to like the way they used to be doing things, which is more like, okay, when the content is ready, it's going to be dropping. So basically, it seems like it's super hard to kind of like predict how long the development is going to take.
Right? I mean, like, to be like completely like lawyer speak, they never said a day. They just said you'll hear something by the end of April, and hopefully, and they said also early May, which I will admit this is no longer early May, right? But I'm gonna be honest. I'd rather have them cook and keep cooking instead of deliver something that's a little more like half bake out to us,
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true, but then these like hard statements regarding dates needs to stop.
Obviously, they're hyping this patch up. They've put a lot of effort into this patch, put a lot of thought in this patch, and they've probably been working on this patch, right, for more than half a year, right? Because a lot of the content that was aimed for 0.4 has been pushed back into 0.5, and now they delayed it again. So I'm really hoping we're going to get some awesome changes that that most people will be happy with. Not everyone's be happy with all the changes, of course. You can't please everyone. But I'm going to be honest, the delay's fine. And honestly, to me, this is no delay.
Well, aren't you a positive little bubble? I think I need to pop. I think I need to pop you right now.
Okay, yeah, come on.
All right,
come on.
devil's advocate. Devil's advocate. Just briefly here, okay? They said publicly, all right.
Yeah.
We're gonna commit to locking dates, not content. You can reliably expect us to release content every 4 months flat. We're gonna hit that month.
Yeah, because there is a freaking difference between 4 and 6. Because 4, like, you could get away with like 4 months and like a couple of weeks delay, but like 6 months instead of 4 months, that's like another half of what we were already promised.
That 4 month, okay, and they didn't hit that for, I believe, 0.3, and then 0.5, and it's a little murky with 0.4, right? But I think the big problem that people have is that they keep doing this. Do you think that a gaming company should be beholden to the statements that their developers make on podcasts and interviews kind of off the cuff and not in an official capacity? Because you're right.
What a managerial question to ask here, right?
Well,
because
somebody that I'm friends with and you've watched the content of brought up an interesting example of, all right, so your employee keeps coming to you and work isn't done, his work isn't done. What do you do with the employee? Do you berate him, or you just kind of say, I'll let him cook? Because I know what I do. I've been in this situation before.
Dette Legoland Billund Resort.
That's difficult, right? Because what could happen here? This is a game, right?
Right.
You're going to design a system, right? Implement the system. You think the system's going to be great, but when the system's actually in the game, you then have to go through playing the system. And the issue is that a lot of things on paper that sound great don't flow well once you implement the system itself into a game, right? Being from a more technical background, typically doesn't happen with pipelines, with other like software stuff that's like more of like feature focused or delivery focused, right? But in a game itself, it's a lot of it is to do with feeling, right? What does the gamer feel? What does the player feel? This interest, it's about vibe creation, right? These systems that do things, their entire purpose is to go ahead and to make the player feel a certain way, feel rewarded, feel proud, feel like they've taken the correct risk to get a cool item, right? And a lot of those feelings you can't define in requirements. You have to basically make the system, play the system, and then go back and feed upon the system, right? This is, a little bit of example of this being agile, right? You want to develop a system, put it out there, get customer feedback, and come back and validate it, right? It's the validation V, honestly, right? So I think, that person is correct. What do? Do you berate the employee, or you're like, it's fine? The issue is that a lot of video game requirements in my head are a lot like, we want the player to feel X, right? And now this developer and this technical league and perhaps the designer designed a system that perhaps they thought made the player feel X, but they go ahead and play that game or play that system, and now they've discovered during the internal beta testing, we don't feel X, we feel Y, and Y is terrible. I want X, right? And then do minor adjustments from here and there. It's just part of the video game design. Now, I think the core part of this argument is that we're in beta, right? We're okay. We're supposedly in beta, all right?
Why we have loot boxes?
0.1.
Why do we have an MTX store?
Because those are all great questions, right?
Why are patches releasing every 6 months and not every couple
6
weeks?
months?
Because 0.1. Everything boils down to the community's reaction of 0.1, right? This was supposed to be a beta. We were supposed to get massive changes rapidly so they can iterate and test with an open beta. The issue is the beta became too big and expectations from the player base were set upon the developers. And unfortunately, the communication of the purpose of this beta was not properly communicated. The purpose was not communicated to the player base, right? So what happened was 0.1 was an actual beta, and then we've turned this beta into a full release game, treating it like a full release game, as to not upset the player base, right?
Yeah.
And then now you have it being treated as, here are supporter packs, here's a microtransaction shop, here's like all the things you would buy as if it was a real game, right? Because like 0.1 is gonna be awesome. 0.1, I'm expecting all the acts. I'm expecting most of the classes. Yeah, 1.0. I'm so sorry. Yeah, 1.0, all the acts, most of the classes. I'm excited for it, right? But to be honest, for me as a player, Path of Exile 2 has already released.
Yeah, I'm treating it like a full game too.
Right.
Honestly.
So
yeah,
it all boils down to that. So
yeah, I get it. You know, and I feel like with that.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. Yes, I kind of agree on this. Like it feels like it's a full release, but if we treat it like a full release, we are really gonna be noticing everything that's missing, right? Because if we treat it like a full-fledged release, we are also going to be having these thoughts about everything that's basically missing, right? It's going to be a huge focus from us players on the things that's like not working, like that we know are coming, but it's not already released. Like part of like the huge thing about Path of Exile in general is like the hype for what's coming next, right? Because what usually is coming next, like when they are updating, when they are doing these patches, like they're most of the time doing like really good changes, really good things, right? Like the patches feel really nice. But now we are kind of like in a situation where it's like we know there are 2 acts missing, we know there are 4 classes missing, we know that there are end game things missing, we know that so like all these things we know, but we are also expecting, kind of like in a PoE 1 way, we are also expecting new stuff on top of that. So we are not just expecting them to put in what we already know is missing, we are also expecting them to put in content that's going to be new and exciting, and that's going to kind of like surprise us. So we are kind of like in a situation where we do want, if we are looking at it as like a fully released game, we are kind of, maybe we are expecting too much. Like we are expecting both stuff that we know is coming, but we are also expecting stuff that surprises us.
Analogy that a couple people have used, I think it's fair in a way, but like in the position of someone who oversees a team and tries to hold them all accountable, I've been in situations where it's, you fire the employee, or you not berate the employee, but there has to be punishments, and you got to be really critical. Like if an employee is obviously not caring about their work, they're showing up late consistently, they're not answering their Slack messages, their phone, and you're really making an effort, but they're not making an effort, I would get that. And that's kind of where people are saying, well, that's the silence from GGG. They aren't telling us, soon enough. I feel like they do make an effort, and I think that the effort's going to be even larger now that Kelly is kind of involved and she seems to be poking fun at the community. I think she's gonna be in that more public facing role, which is something that has been absent a little bit since the loss of Bex a really long time ago. So I'm pretty hopeful for the future, but I honestly feel like they are doing the best they can do. It's not
like the community managing. I mean, that's I mean, that's a huge part of gaming these days.
Not like they're sitting there just wagging their fingers, just, twiddling their thumbs, not doing anything this whole time. They are working in exactly what you said. They are trying stuff fails, and they have to redo the work to ship it. And they're shipping it every 4 to 6 months now. And I think they're still finding their footing and struggling a little bit because they're juggling 2 big ARPGs. I always talk about how my company runs a site, and we struggle to ship development updates to it consistently. And we're a team of like 50 people with one site. Like, it's just a Herculean task that's going on here. And I just wish everybody would give grace and not get so pissed and like outraged about all this. Like, it's a game. It's chill. Let's be happy we have this sick game to play. And I know that'll get people pissed off. I like to plan around it too a little bit, guys. We do have the dates, so about a month in advance, though. Well, we do have the reveal actually coming up on May 7th. Isn't that right, Cast on Comet?
Yes, I am so excited for that. I'm very fortunate where I could watch this reveal with some coworkers because they also play Path of Exile. Very
really?
fortunate that. Yeah, very fortunate.
You guys gonna put it like on the big screen?
100%. I'm bringing popcorn.
Oh man. Well, hopefully it's good. I feel like it's going to be quite the long one. They've called this patch pretty huge. One of the largest of all time. They're really hyping it up. It's had this build up to it, and it's also going to have the reveal and then 3 weeks until it actually comes out. But for that reveal, we thought it would be fun to make a Brothers in Exile bingo card together. So we're going to hop back and forth, left to right, down, right to left, with each of our predictions. Fill out this bingo card for 0.5. And if we get a horizontal bingo, you guys in the comments can decide something that I have to do. And if we get a vertical bingo, you can decide in the comments what Cast on Comet has to do. And if we get a diagonal, we got to do both the most upvoted things. But make sure they're Path of Exile 2 related, please. And thank you. And remember, that's not the right one. And remember, make sure you remember that we are going to ExileCon together now. Hopefully we got our passports to grinding your games fast enough. But
yes, I'm hoping. I'm hoping so bad.
That's my early birthday present to my brother. So, All right. Go for it. What?
I'm just, as a very technical person in my day job, I am just so ecstatic to talk to these. If I get the chance, if I get the opportunity, if I get the blessing to talk to these developers, because I am just so interested in what they've done here. It's crazy, right? I mean, how many times you get to talk to very successful developers who've made this awesome game. I'm stoked if I get the opportunity.
Cast on glaze. My goodness gracious.
Listen, I will glaze developers. All right, all day, all along. All right, if you're a developer and need glazing, let me know. Send me your GitHub link. I'll look at your projects. I'll glaze you.
Okay, all right. And with that, we're going to get to our first bingo prediction for 0.5. We're going to start with Cast on Comet. What would you like to add to our joined bingo board, upper left-hand corner?
Oh man, I'm gonna put down, I think, a pretty easy one. There will be a new pinnacle after Arbiter of Ash.
New pinnacle after Arbiter. We're learning that I cannot type. This is good. Okay, I think that I went to the wrong view again.
Yeah, so basically what that's going to be, right, is another thing to kind of chase. So in 0.4, we had at Syria, we had the temple. Kind of that was a goal that it was a specific goal that we were working against, or not against, towards, I guess. It was the specific goal, right? Arbiter is another one, because you head out into the Atlas, right? You do all the corrupted areas, you do all those things, excuse me, and you get to the citadels, and you get the fragments, and you go do Arbiter, right? So, if we are getting a new pinnacle, basically that also needs means that we need a path toward that new pinnacle. So that's kind of like a question that pops into my mind. So what is that path going to be? And yeah, like what's the encounter going to be? And also like, how are we going to get there?
My goodness gracious. I think that you're bang on. They have to add at least one new pinnacle. I'd even, could raise it. Let's not raise it to 2.
No, it's not.
But
It's not.
I think there will be one more pinnacle. And the sad thing is somebody will probably instantly delete it. And the first person who gets...
Yeah, like one of the big things that I really want actually is the third ascendancy option. I really, really hope it's going to be the whole of the yeah, what's it called? Like the tattoo area. Hall of the Ancients, is that the name? Or am I mixing it up? Like the Hota? Temple? Tota? I don't know, but like I hope that they are gonna be adding a third ascendancy option. I hope they're gonna do something with the Trial of Chaos. And also I hope that they're gonna be that they're gonna keep working on the Sekomas. Like I don't hate the Sekomas, but it's like it's not a lot that with that mechanic or that ascendancy option that really, really kind of like makes me want to go and do it. It's kind of like this in the same, or kind of like a little bit similar with like the dungeons in Last Epoch. It's like it's almost there, but not quite. So I hope like the ascendancy, I hope that they're going to be working with the ascendancy options. And I also hope they're going to add more to those areas.
There isn't even going to see any mechanics, and that's kind of
100%.
depressing.
100%. Yeah. Do we have the time? Okay, wait, no, it's not in PoE reveal. But do we have the timers of like when Geonor is first killed? I know in Path of Exile 1 they have this, but I have not seen this in PoE 2. Like,
Names and lights.
Like when Act 1 is down, right?
Yeah.
So when someone killed the Siren, their name gets posted in 10 minutes.
I don't think so. I don't think we have that.
That's crazy. That's such a cool thing.
Yeah, I think that should be added to PoE 2. It's one of the coolest things in PoE 1 when you're on League launch and you have that communal feeling and seeing someone way ahead of you. It's just so, like a cool feeling.
It feels a little bad too. You're like, oh man, I just met my character. I got past the first area, and they're like, Act 1 cleared.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
One day it'll be added. Just like my next prediction, I'm going to add my prediction. My prediction. We have some like suggestions here. This is a new bingo card.
Bro, so many like cards here. But that's cool.
It was specifically for Path of Exile, but I'm not taking any of their suggestions right now. My first prediction is there will be an Atlas search function added.
Oh!
Thoughts?
That should have been in the game. Where
Atlas search function? Okay, so what does it mean?
was it? I mean, like, come on, please. I need this. I don't know what map was attempted or not anymore. I'm lost.
Even if it's turned into a finite atlas, which I think the chances of that are slim, there should still be a search function, so you can search for specific stuff on the atlas. So
yeah,
I think that's base, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, like specific nodes, like boss nodes, or like nodes that we know have certain mechanics, and also like the towers and the citadels and stuff.
Okay. That should be there.
Corrupted zones, etc.
Okay.
I think I have my next one.
All right.
And
What is it?
This is very interesting.
Oh.
Flat damage to spells. So
wait, what?
The idea here is that there is a source of flat damage we can add to spells, right?
Okay.
So for Reigns, you have flat damage to your attacks.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I understand, there is no source of flat damage besides for spell level 2 spells,
Okay.
which makes spell level
But isn't it like, you know, added lightning damage to attacks, added fire damage to attacks? Like, isn't that affecting spells? Or to attacks?
one of the best things you can do because the flat damage scales exponentially as you get higher and higher levels. I only see a percent increase in cold damage, percent increase in fire damage, and whatnot. But there's not like another source to add flat damage to our spells.
Okay, hold on. Be right back.
Because of the inability to add flat damage to spells, spell level has become like massively insane to do damage. Like you need it to do damage.
Right. Even compared, like skill level.
But I mean, that's kind of like the same with attack skills as well, right? Or like with other things than spells. I mean, yeah, I agree on like the flat damage thing. But okay, so apparently like the flat damage to like other attack forms than spells is existing, but there isn't one for spells. I guess that's the point he's making.
Is good on non-spells, but spell.
Or I mean, like there is things lacking in that area.
You're saying spell level is just out and away, just superior. Like you.
Yeah,
100%.
We only have access to one part of the equation, right?
Yeah, but that's also something that's a little bit weird with like the wands and the magical staves. That we don't have like a specific damage, like flat damage number on the staves or the yeah, I guess that's the point he's making. Because like when you get a wand, for example, like you kind of like what you're trying to get is like the next level of the spell that's kind of like connected to the, you know, to the specific weapon, I guess is kind of like what it's meaning. Because on the wands you're kind of like getting a skill, a specific skill that's kind of like attached to that specific wand or magical staff, sorry. But like compared to like a mace or like a quarterstaff or whatever, like you know, like a physical oriented, I guess, weapon, you are getting flat damage. I totally agree on this. It's like it's a really good point actually, because why is this not already there, right? Why can't you see on a freaking wand that like it has this amount of like spell damage compared to like this amount of physical damage on like you know, a melee weapon?
Can people correct me in the comments? I'm pretty sure that you can add flat damage to spells in Path of Exile 1.
Yeah, but I think what it means is that you can't see it right on the weapon. Right, you can't see it on the weapon. Like you can see on a mace, for example, you can see the physical damage. 10 to 32 physical damage, right? You can't see those numbers directly on the weapons for like the ones and the magical staves.
If you can't, I mean, please.
Can you?
I think you can. I think it's on weapons. It's not on the tree or anything, but I'm pretty sure it's on staves and wands. If I'm wrong, please just crucify me in the comments, but I think I'm correct. I understand what you're saying there. That would be interesting. So, I wonder if it is in PoE 1, why it's not in PoE 2.
If it's in PoE 1, I just have a simple question for GGG. Why have you developed so many solutions in your first game, but not in second game?
Well, I can answer that. It's because they want to re-experiment with stuff. You know, they implemented certain systems in one way in PoE 1, and it's hard to go back on that.
Yeah.
And in PoE 2, they see it like as a fresh start. It's kind of like what?
Mm-hmm. You should just see my character's gear. It's like, where can I get spell level?
Well, yeah.
Oh, I can get it there. Who cares about what my helmet is? +4 skill level. My amulet +3 spell level. My staff +7 spell level. And it's just like wherever I can find it, I'm gonna get it. Hopefully.
Okay. That's fair. All right, I'll add my next one.
All right, let's go.
Here it is. It's going to be.
Where is it?
Keepers.
In
PoE 2 Breach Edition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's the Keepers edition? What is Keepers
so
in
PoE 1? There was just
So this is the updated, basically the updated breach mechanic. So we just got Keepers of Flame. That was like it was like an entire league, right? Just like an update to breach. I really hope we're getting that, but I actually hope we're getting some to the other mechanics as well, like some updates.
recently a league called Keepers of the Flame. It revamped.
Like that's kind of like what I'm thinking when they are saying, yeah, we're gonna do this big like end game upgrade. Like these are one of the things that I'm kind of like expecting. So like I might be expecting a lot, but I think we need a lot. End game stuff in PoE 2.
Breach and Path of Exile 1
updates.
It revamped the way the hand encounters work. So there's two varieties, one with a boss, one with rares. It's still the general, like, you know, the hand extends, mobs, blah, blah, blah. Then there are these defense events called Hive Fortresses, and then there's hives that you can enter and invade. It basically revamped Breach. It also added something called the Genesis Tree, which is a crafting system where you feed the tree and it poops out items. So they made Breach way more deep in PoE 1. I don't think it was 3.26. I don't think they had 3.27. Oh, my mind is jumbled. It's very late right now. I think that they didn't have enough time to implement it in PoE 2, but with this extended delay for the end game revamp, I think that Keepers is going to be implemented in a way in Path of Exile 2, and Breach is going to get reworked and have some new pinnacle bosses. So I think
that would be so cool. Where is it?
Right.
Well, give me the ability. And if that happens to Breach, what happens to Ritual? What happens to Expedition?
Yeah.
What happens to Delirium? Like, I want to experience these.
Yeah, they need to do more.
In more complex ways. We can do this with Abyss. We can do this with Temple.
Yes. 100% agree. 100% agree. Okay, so is this going to be like a hot topic? Like, so the thing is that the league mechanics, so if we take Temple, for example, like a lot of people have been enjoying Temple. A lot of people have been enjoying like the Temple mechanic, but in 0.4, but a lot of people also did not. A lot of people also did not love the Temple mechanic. So for those people, if the Druid, if they weren't like super excited for the Druid, what did 0.4 actually bring for those people, you know? I think the league mechanics needs to be approachable. They need to be they need to make you want to actually invest into them, I think. In a way that's kind of like understandable for every player. Like, you should understand why you should be focusing on doing the Temple because of the rewards and the stuff you're going to be getting in there. Like, I did not do a lot of like the double corruption things. Like, I haven't been doing those things because it's like, it kind of feels like there's a little gap. You know, you're introduced right? Okay, so you're introduced right here, right? You're introduced to the mechanic. You kind of like, after a while, understand how it works. And then there is like this kind of like big gap between like where you understand how it works and kind of like where you're really getting something out of it. And if there weren't people like out there, like really like content creators and stuff, like really explaining how these things work, it kind of feels like you're putting a lot of time into something that you don't really know if it's going to be like what you are specifically going to be getting out of it. And also it's kind of deep. You kind of like really need to invest a lot into it to get really good stuff out of it. So maybe like the league mechanics needs to be kind of deep, like I want them to be deep. So if you want to really go deep into a league mechanic, you should be able to do it. But like the progression inside the mechanic and kind of like how you learn different things with the mechanic, at least with like Abyss and the temple, it feels kind of like in some ways like too complex, like or like it's like hard to kind of catch what's actually like the levels to the depth of it in a way.
Do it for the first 4,
I
right?
agree.
The first 4.
I think that'll be a bulk of the content. I think we're going to get, the core story, and then we're going to see all these leagues get not even a facelift, a whole body enhancement. Yeah, that's happening.
Okay.
All right. What's your next prediction?
I think I have kind of a give me.
Oh.
Maybe.
Wow.
I hope it's a give me. If it's not a give me, I got questions.
Yeah.
Towers are just because like.
Okay, hold on. What about this one for a freaking bingo card? Right clicking or something, an item, sending it directly to your shop. Or like right clicking an item and kind of like having a price checking tool. So you can like immediately upon acquiring an item, you can kind of like see the value of it, and you can also like send it directly to your shop.
Project property. So towers will allow you to skip maps.
I totally don't think this is going to happen.
Towers and Grand Project.
I don't think this is going to happen. I mean,
oh my gosh,
this is a dead corner, dude. This is a dead corner. There's no way that they're going to they're not going to give Towers Grand Project.
I mean, like, what?
No.
Make tower. Okay, how else can make? Okay. Your next box, better be a buff for 2 towers.
No.
Buff to towers?
Removes the point of the infinite.
What?
You're skipping maps. It should be a rarity. Grand Project should be rarer. Yeah.
Do you know what people do in Endgame?
Yeah, they
skip maps.
Yeah, I know.
They skip maps everywhere. Everyone skips maps.
You know what? Actually, here you go. Grand Project should probably be removed from the game.
Is that your box? Is that your box?
No, I'm just gonna
put that as a box.
It incentivizes.
Double down. Put that on a box.
It goes against the spirit of what they're trying to do with the Infinite Atlas, and if it becomes the meta gameplay method that everybody is using, it's BS.
Try. If you truly believe that, you'll put it in a box.
Oh, why would I do? I can't. It's the box, and it would completely. You wouldn't be able to get an up and down because there's Towers Grand Project and the Remove Grand Project.
Wait, no. Oh, you're doing Snake. You're not doing like
Nikki Snake.
Doing Snake. Okay,
Speaking of Snake. Speaking of Snake, there we go. Here's mine.
Oh no.
Temple. I mean, this one's almost a give me. I can't believe you think
That's
that the
lame.
tower's
That's
grand
lame.
project is a
That's
gimme.
lame.
It's lame.
That's not
We
lame.
all know temple's going core.
Huh?
What to temple changes?
We don't know temple's going.
Yeah, word. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if it's going core. But cast on comment, what he's saying here, like what's gonna change? That I feel is like, yeah, that's the question.
I mean, like, okay,
We don't.
yeah, we don't know temple's
No, we
going
don't.
core.
We don't.
Okay.
We don't.
But like, if we make more predictions on temple, like temple nerf room size, temple nerf loot drop, then it automatically assumes that temple's going core.
Right.
Right.
Which is why I'm not doing that, because I don't know if it's going core. It might not go core, bro.
Okay. All right.
Bro, I don't think try. I don't.
Interesting.
I'm playing it safe. You know.
All right.
Bro, I don't know if Try wants it to go core, and bro, I'm not sure if I want that either, to be honest. Or like, I mean, we want that series, we want like the stuff that we can get, but it's just like it's too long, right? But that's kind of like also a thing, right? I think with both Temple and Abyss, like it's too long. It takes too long to kind of like engage with like the depth. You should be able to engage deeper into the mechanic faster.
All right. Well, you're playing it safe for the I mean, that's a dead column anyways. So like, according to you, so that vertical, I'm fine, right?
Yeah,
Because I'm
towers.
vertical, you're horizontal, and then we're both diagonal. We're great. I'm good. I'm
Towers are
good.
not
That's
good
good.
project, bro. I stand by what I said. I know I'm gonna get torched,
Okay.
but I'm for
Okay.
real, guys. My brother
Okay.
is proving like people just
Yeah.
skip maps in endgame in a game and an endgame that's supposed to be about maps. I just you know where it should
Listen.
be used when you want to jump across like a waterway, or if where the
yeah.
map doesn't connect,
Yeah.
not just
Mm.
general gameplay. Okay.
Ooh. Okay.
Alright,
I see what you're saying.
Mhm.
Listen, if they overhaul the Atlas to
Yeah.
where every map is cool and every map has got some cool stuff to it, we know what the and we know what the cool stuff is.
Right.
Stop hiding random modifiers on us. G. Okay. Thanks. Then I see grand projects not required. However, it's my turn. And I'm going to say something that I'm upset about because I don't believe in this.
Okay.
But I think it's going to happen because it has the spotlight. It has a spotlight on so many things, and people are mad about it. Okay? No, not the item rarity.
Oh, wow.
Item rarity dead? What?
Wow.
Oh.
Comet gets the triple tap.
Wait, Comet or Cast On crit?
I think.
Why Comet?
Listen,
The problem isn't Comet, though, right?
I mean, I agree, right? Comet has no cooldown, which why people were like, "Oh, it's so strong,"
Well,
right?
yeah.
I think Comet is perfectly fine,
Okay.
but for some lingering reason, I feel like Comet will get hit. But we won't find this out in the teaser trailer in the May 9th,
Well,
right?
we
won't
might,
find this out in the
we
channel
might
logs.
get the patch notes after, but
They're not giving us the patch notes.
well, they might give us the patch notes, but they'll be heavily altered after the fact, probably, because they have 3 weeks to work.
Okay, let me retract this because it's much more a patch notes thing.
Okay.
And I don't want to do patch notes things. I want to try to avoid patch notes because we may not get the patch notes until the 3rd week, right? Until
Possible.
like about to drop, right?
Yeah.
So let's just stop that.
Okay.
And let's just say this.
I mean, they probably can't talk about Cast On, like if there's some big
Okay.
nerfs.
Okay.
I just think.
I think we're going to have a new league mechanic
Okay. Thanks.
that is out of map.
Why would we do that? That is the dumbest thing ever. There's not going to be an out of map league mechanic. What are you talking about? What do you mean, like fully out of map? Or are you talking about like Abyss is technically you have out of map?
Abyss is out of map. Abyss is out of map, right?
What do you mean?
Because
No, it's
Abyss
not.
is in map and out of map, and the Val Temple is in a map and out of map.
Okay, Val Temple is an out of map, I'd say.
Okay,
Abyss is in map.
okay.
But you think there's going to be another out of map league mechanic after we just had Val Temple? I mean, another dead bingo spot.
Another.
You're going to go for the almost 100% dead on the diagonal? I mean, this diagonal is like, it's mega dead right now.
Listen. Do you want to change it? We can change. We can change. Oh, okay. Good. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Grand project removed from game.
No.
Send it. Where is that? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Here.
No. What is this? Patch notes, May 7th.
I think we're going to get the patch notes on May 7th, and I think people are going to be outraged because GGG are going to work up until the last day,
Mhm.
and the patch notes are going to be changed drastically
Have
from
they
May
done this
7th to the
before?
29th. Oh yeah, they do that with the 1 week delay.
Oh my gosh, that is
They edit the patch notes, they
crazy.
buff stuff, they nerf stuff, they add new
Okay.
stuff, right?
Okay.
I
Okay.
think that's pretty
Okay.
likely. I mean, I feel like
Okay.
that it kind of sucks though,
Yeah.
at least in my opinion, but I have a very unpopular opinion where I do go in blind. I don't use build. I did for Pee Wee 1 last league, and it was so boring. For Pee Wee 2 every league, I've gone in blind, no build guides, no like POBing, just going in, testing stuff in game. Sometimes I crash out after a couple days and then return and play more than ever. But I think that getting the patch notes 3 weeks in advance is going to allow people to just cook up crazy stuff and basically solve the game before it comes out, or get pissed because stuff is going to be nerfed or changed.
Yeah.
I love the mystery. I
Mhm.
love the mystery, even though, I can just choose not to follow build guides. I'm going to try Hardcore Solo Self Found. So I was going to say, like, oh, it affects trade, but I'm going to try Hardcore Solo Self Found, so it doesn't affect me. I'll enjoy the mystery when I hop in game.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
all right. What's your next one?
All right. Okay. I think this is pretty out there. Atlas skill tree deleted.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
So
What?
I think that the function of the Atlas skill tree will still exist in some sort of mechanic, but will not be a skill tree.
There's no
What?
way. You were like full of. There's
Listen.
no way that's happening.
Like so this was what I was like tapping into a little bit earlier. I mean, yeah, I feel like this needs some type of change. Maybe like the skill trees for the different mechanics. I think they need some type of update to them. Like it's hard for me to say exactly what, but like just something. But I mean, this is controversial. Like he's saying deletion of it. Like in its state, maybe like a big changes, but like it's not going to be deleted.
Listen. Mark said that the new way to do the Atlas will be nothing as we've seen before.
Skill trees. In a whole different universe.
Skill trees are super in this universe. Have you seen Path of Exile? We got the passive skill tree, we got the League Mechanics skill tree, we got the Atlas skill tree, and then you just mentioned another skill tree in PoE 1? Fuck.
Oh, okay, hold on. But we don't already have an Atlas skill tree, right? I mean, isn't he talking about like the mechanics skill trees?
Tree? Beyond us too?
I think he said the new skill tree will be out of this universe.
Class too.
I think he said the new skill tree will be out of this universe.
Is that the quote?
Okay, just
is that the quote?
Can you give me one example of what you mean by no Atlas tree, but the functionality will be in something?
Okay.
Give me an example.
Maybe I mean, like I threw this in the last video.
Oh boy.
You're assembling parts of like
skill tree.
No, not a skill tree, because you're not traversing those nodes, you're not collecting nodes, you're not allocating points. More of like you have like this empty like crest or socket, and you add things to this item, and each thing you add will give you like additional modifiers, and those items can be like normal, magic, rare, and they can have additional modifiers on them, and that's gonna be another entire system they can trade on. So like maybe on trade I want to focus on like Abyss or whatnot, so I'm gonna look for these items that buff of this, and I want to buy them and then add them to my replacement of what the Atlas skill tree would do. It is a completely insane guess. I think this is like a 10% chance of happening. But skill tree obliteration. Okay?
Fair. I gotta say it so people don't remind us in the comments. What system does that sound like from Path of Exile 1? Does it sound like Cast on Comet just designed something that the devs put in a league that started with P that wasn't a real Path of Exile 1 league? Let me know in the comments below.
Oh my god. Did I redesign the most hated system?
Well, some people liked it. Other people didn't.
Pantheon?
Alright.
No, what? P what?
To put in this right here. 5 new
Ascendancy?
We're gonna do
What?
3. No, we're gonna do 4 new
What?
ascendancies. All right.
Okay. Okay.
I think because this shouldn't hinge on the fact that we get a new class.
Mhm.
We're gonna get Arcane Archer. We're gonna get the Wild Speaker. We're gonna get the 3rd ascendancy for the Druid, and I believe there's one more. What is that? The Huntress. No, Range.
Wild
Huntress?
Speakers Hunters.
Oh, Monk. The whatever the 4th monk.
Martial
Martial
artist.
artist. Maybe it's martial artist. 4 new ascendancies at least. I feel like we got to get some new ascendancies.
Okay.
We got Disciple of Varashta last league, and we got the 2 Druid ascendancies, Shaman and
Oracle?
the Oracle. So yeah, that's pretty. I think that's pretty safe.
Wow.
Yeah.
What you're doing such safe bets here. What is this?
No, I'm not.
This is like mega bingo, right? We're trying to go ahead and be like insane guesses that have a 10% chance of winning, all right?
Nah, not me. Not me. I like to play it safe.
Play it safe, try.
Yep. Yeah,
Right.
I like playing it safe.
Play it safe. Play it safe. Play it safe, brother.
All right.
All right. New class.
Oh, wait. You're not even gonna say which class?
Okay. I mean, like, do you want to add all the classes on there?
No, new class? Just a new class.
I mean, like, okay, you know what? Scratch that.
Oh.
New class, scratch that.
Okay.
2 new classes.
2 new
Ooh.
classes. Oh my
There you
goodness.
go.
He's
2
going
new
for
classes.
10% chance. Can
2.
you
Yeah, so let's just think about this. So 2 new classes. So like I really feel that I'm like a lot of the content in PoE2 are the classes, I think, and just like figuring out, like, if you are like me and you kind of like to go in and figure stuff out, kind of like, yeah, figure out how things work, like, that's a lot of content for you right there, just in one class. That's a lot of content. If you like really want to go deep and kind of like explore things, don't want to like rely on any build guides or stuff like that. You just like to go in and explore. Like, a new class is huge. Like, it has the potential to be a lot of content, because there are so many different ways, and also especially like if you think time-wise, because like the time it actually takes you to go in and explore and kind of like learn or make your own builds, like, I mean, it takes a lot of time. But also, if you enjoy that aspect, like if you enjoy the aspect of like really learning new classes, new weapons, weapon types, combinations, if you really like that aspect, like one new class is bringing a lot of content. 2 new classes, it could be too much, but if we think about it like this, there are 4 remaining classes left. If we are getting all of them on release, or like if the goal is that in 0.1 all the classes are going to be in, that means if we get 2 now, we're probably going to get 2 the next one as well. Which for me, it's like, that's a lot, and it constantly, or it immediately makes me think, okay, what am I gonna be playing? So I've been last couple of leagues I've been doing like this, been having this feeling of like, yeah, I really want to explore. So like when the Druid dropped, I felt like, okay, I really want to explore everything with the Druid. But then I also really wanted to explore and learn everything about the temple. But then I sort of, kind of like, because of the state of the game, I really wanted to just stick with my invoker, because I've actually made an invoker that I'm really happy with, and just like push deep into the end game. So it kind of like got like a bit too much almost, in a way, which makes me feel like I'm only kind of like sticking my toe into a lot of the things that I would really like to learn more about. So I don't know if 2 new classes. So like if you compare it, like okay, so if what we're getting are like 2 new classes, we're getting a new league mechanic, and we are getting like some end game revamps. Like a lot of that content is going to be wanting to see what has changed in the end game. So we really want to get like fast to the end game to kind of see that, experience that, which will probably make me want to play a character or a build that I've already made, that I know I'm gonna get to end game a lot more efficient than like starting this whole process all over again, like kind of learning new classes, new weapon styles, weapon types and everything. Yeah, so I don't know, like it would probably be great with 2 new classes, but nah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think like there's gonna be way more focus on like the new league mechanic and end game.
Wax poetic while I let my cat in this room, please.
Oh, can I wax? Wax on, fellas. Wax off. When you run temple, you wax on by gathering all the minions, and you wax off by casting spark and comet and everything dies. Wax on?
Oh my
Wax
goodness.
off temple.
No, I meant like actually say something of value. What were we doing?
I was explaining temple. You gather all the minions and you wax on.
What?
That's the wax
no,
on.
you're supposed
and
to
you
talk about
wax
your
off.
prediction.
Oh, predictions. Okay,
Boy.
you said wax on, and I'm like Karate Kid.
Oh,
How we do
my
Karate Kid here? Well, Temple's kind of karate-ish, you know.
Oh.
You can take that part out.
No, everything's staying in. I'm not. That's it.
No.
You get what you deserve.
Viewers drop.
Oh, yeah.
Listeners who can't get the phone, unplug the phone.
They're just skipping a couple seconds ahead. That's totally fine. I'll look at the retention stats. Okay, so 2 new classes. What are most likely in your eyes if they're 2 new classes?
Rogue and Duelist.
Okay.
Shadow and Duelist.
Shadow and Duelist. Okay.
Templar, no way it's Templar. No way it's Templar. Please
so
don't
wrong.
be Templar. We just got the strength and intelligence. Please, no more Templar. You know, what'd be crazy. All of them.
3 classes. Well,
all of them.
Say that Kelly tweeted out a picture of 3 birds, and she said, "Congratulations, Try," on my announcement that we're having a 3rd girl. So 3 birds. Congratulations, Try. Try is 3 in Latin. 3 girls, 3 classes: Duelist, Templar, and Shadow Con.
3? No way, bro.
So
no way.
We got
no way, bro.
Illuminati conspiracy theorist over here.
3 new classes? Nope.
No,
right.
I'll just keep 2 in there. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Let's see. My next prediction will be. Oh man, this is tough. This is tough here. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe act bosses made harder. All right. I've been complaining about it. I think they're a joke now. I feel like they should buff some of the act bosses. I really do. I think if you get to them at level, they're kind of a joke in a lot of senses. You know, you should be dying to them, especially if you're a new player. So people saying, "Oh, new players die to them, get frustrated." Well, you're supposed to. It's kind of supposed to be that sort of game. And I would love it if veteran players.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. So what I just started doing like a couple of days ago was like, okay, so I want to so what I like to do is when I've kind of like so when I'm exploring, when I'm really exploring, trying to learn like a new build or a new class, or making a new build or exploring a new class or whatever, what I like to do is to kind of go into Trade League, because then I'm gonna have like access to like basically kind of like a lot of experimentation, right? And then I like to take it into SSF, just to try it, you know, to kind of like try it and see the viability of my build. And usually what's happening is that, like, when it comes to the gear, I feel like the game makes me feel that the levels are super important. But the thing is that the levels aren't necessarily super important. Your gear is super important, right? So if you are, I mean, you could be over leveled, pushing up on an act boss, but if you don't have the gear and you don't have your skills and your supports set up in the way to make your build work, that's going to be a horrible experience, right? So what I think is that maybe like the approach of like how you, especially like, or I mean, I think that's a general thing like through the entire campaign and also into the end game. The gear, like you need to be made aware that the gear is super important. Like I mean, your character could like look like, yeah, of course, this is going to be able to like do the act boss. But if your gear is not up to par, that could be super painful. And the feeling of like having to kind of not, or yeah, how can I put it? Like how the way you're acquiring your gear and the different ways to acquire it and certain things that you feel like you kind of have to do to get your character to where it needs to be, it can be quite confusing sometimes, I feel. So right now on my Invoker, I'm kind of almost like hard stuck at level 96. Because the only way for me to kind of like make that character work is to, so even though it's like a strength, evasion int, or a dexterity, dex int based build, I kind of feel like the evasion shield, the energy shield is like the only way to get the defenses on my character up to par for like the content that I need to do to even get close to like moving my XP bar upwards. I think that's one of like the hardest aspects to kind of learn with the game, like how freaking important it is to make sure that your gear is like up to par. Because the game kind of makes you feel like, okay, so if I just push my levels, I'm gonna be able to do, or if I'm just like over leveled, I'm gonna be able to do anything. That's not true. Yeah, I kind of like went off on a ramble there, and it's kind of hard to explain what I mean. But I just feel like the focus on gear is like has been like the understanding of gear has been like one of the hardest thing for me to grasp.
Also died to them too, especially if veteran players are kind of skipping stuff. They're getting to them a little under leveled, right? Right now, they're kind of just jokes. So,
I mean, they are if you, the act bosses are kind of jokes if you know what you're doing. If you have played a build and kind of like really like developed your build into being able to do what it should or is supposed to be able to do. But that's not going to be the case. Like if you start fresh up with a new class, you've never played that class before, you're kind of like going for something totally new, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough every single time because you don't know what skills you should be doing. You don't know what supports you should be rocking with the specific skills and stuff. But as soon as you learn those things, and you also learn the importance of how gear, or you learn how gear actually works, then they are trivial. But up until that point, they're gonna be rough.
Coworker to Path of Exile 2. I did my due diligence. I introduced him to a great game with no gambling addictions whatsoever. And he cleared Act 1 boss in one try, one attempt, no deaths.
Okay, so basically that probably means that he super early kind of understood these things. He understood the importance of if you are this character, this certain character, or like yeah. So if you're an int focused, like you should focus on int, right? If you're strength, focus on strength, right? But if you don't understand that, if you're thinking that you can equip like super early game, you can basically equip anything. But as soon as you get like a little bit deeper, like you really need to start focusing, or at least I think you really need to start focusing on what your class is supposed to be doing.
First time playing Path.
But if you understand that, like understand what you're kind of like supposed to be doing, it's
of
easy.
Exile.
Pressing.
That is bad, right? Good player on his part, right? He's a smart dude, awesome guy, and he was able to do something really crazy that I thought he would have died on. But I feel like I would have hoped that Act 1 would have made more of a difficult fight. Because I think when I asked the guy, I'm like, oh, it was a pretty hard fight, right? And he was like, not really. No, not really.
That's so sad.
And that's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, but it just shows that like the difficulty isn't necessarily like in like the difficulty really so I've been doing this like fire sork experiment, right? I've been doing this like trying to go in as a sorceress, only allowing myself to do fire skills. But it kind of like the game is not set up in a way where that is going to be like super effective, basically. Or like at least I haven't unlocked. You know, I haven't solved that puzzle yet. It could be that I can that I would actually be able to do that in a certain way. I just haven't figured out how I'm going to be able to do that. So when I'm taking that approach, when I'm not going in and like doing kind of like what I'm supposed to be doing, everything is a lot harder. So if you kind of like figure out the thing that you're supposed to be doing, if you figure that out, it's kind of easy. So you could have like act 1 boss fight taking you freaking like the first time I did it, bro, I think I attempted like 100 times, right? And that was hard. But if I go in there now, even I'm going totally fresh, I'm simulating league start, I'm going in with like a build that I have made, that I know how it's working. It seems like 1,000 times easier. But that's because I kind of like, I have a plan. I know what I'm going for. I kind of know the build. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. But that's not the case. Like you can't do that with anything. Like you have to know what skills you're doing, what supports you're doing, what gears you should be having, stuff like that. Right? So you can't do it on like a totally random roulette character. But if you understand, if this person walked into this as a warrior, and he understood super early that these are the skills I should be rocking, these are the supports I should be rocking, these are the passives I should be doing, this is the gear I should be wearing. If that person understood that super early, he's gonna have the same experience, right? Going in there with like the correct approach, it's gonna be easy.
Heard some takes that GNR was just too hard. He was filtering too many people, making them quit. Yeah. I maybe that's a mean take or whatever, but I think that's good. Listen, I think that's good. Am I being? Is that gatekeepy? I don't think that's gatekeepy.
No. No, no, not at all. Not at all.
I-
The thing is that the act bosses are supposed to be a filter for your character. Can
Yeah.
your character beat this guy?
Or
If he
can you
can, you can
outskill?
go into Act 2.
Or can you
Yeah,
outskill?
exactly. Or
Like,
you
I
can
remember
outskill. Or you can outskill. Yeah.
Jamanra in 0.2, I was my character was not geared to fight Jamanra.
Mm-hmm.
16
Yeah, he just said it. It was not geared.
or 17-minute Jamanra fight. I beat him, but my
Yeah.
character was not ready. Like that.
Yeah.
That's what it should enable. But
Mm-hmm.
they wouldn't
And
have
how'd
been
that feel?
different.
Yeah, but okay, so his character wasn't ready, but it's like understanding and like acknowledging and understanding why was his character not ready. I think he said it. Gear.
Direction. It felt amazing.
Exactly,
Yeah, it was
right?
exhilarating.
Now, not every fight should be 17 or 16 minutes,
No.
but after a boss, when you beat the boss, you should feel like, oh my gosh, I did
earned
it.
that. I
Right?
earned
I
that.
did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can do that. But the way you can set yourself up to do that is with like a less optimal, basically, character.
Yeah.
You know, and with Germandra, honestly, right now with Germandra, I find him still pretty difficult. I have tough times with him, so whenever I beat him, I'm like, oh yeah, I did it. But with Gianor, I think he can use a couple buffs. Act 1 gives you a lot of tools to kill him.
I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Like, if you're playing the same character, you're learning your character. You're like playing your same character over and over again, and kind of like keep iterating, like keep improving your like a specific build. It's gonna be easier, right? So the way you can do it right now is that you could try to experiment with something that you don't know, totally fresh character, like totally new build, like try to go in there and kind of like do that if you want that type of a challenge all over again. I know if I go in, try to attempt fire sorking, bro, those act bosses are not going to take me 10 seconds.
They do.
I agree. All right, go to the next one.
Okay. This is gonna be. I think I'm not gonna say new weapons because every weapons come with classes.
So that's kind of like the thing, right? If you play and keep developing your own build, like things are gonna get easier and easier because you understand, like you are making your build stronger. You understand what's important. So obviously that's gonna make it feel like that's going to make it feel so that like things are easier, right? But the solution to that is not like making the bosses harder. It's just like understanding that you are actually getting stronger. You are actually improving as a player. But if you want that initial challenge again, make a new build. Try to figure things out. Make a new build and try to run those act bosses. And I don't think it's going to be as easy as like on a build that you already know and already master, basically.
Okay, I'm not gonna say that, okay? I am going to say that spell. Oh, what's the thing? What's the fire?
Infusions?
The fire things. Infusions are gonna get reworked again.
Oh, infusion rework.
Infusion rework again.
Oh boy.
Again.
I mean, no complaints for me there, dude. I feel like it's such a weird system. I do.
Yeah. It forces you to play mixed elements, which I think should be a playstyle.
Yeah.
At the same time, I think the ability to play a pure cold person should be a playstyle, a pure fire person playstyle, and a pure lightning person be a playstyle.
Yep.
And to get the most out of your spells, or to even get your spells super effective, I feel like you kind of have to mix your damage types a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree. So just an example of this, like if I change. So I'm going in, I'm trying to play a pure fire Sork, right? If I equip one other skill apart from like a fire skill, just an example, contagion. Changes up everything. Like it makes things 1,000 times better when it comes to damage. There should be, like Cast and Comments saying, you should be able to do pure fire, pure lightning, Pure cold. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of weird, right? Like, I'm playing Comet right now, and I'm gonna be honest, most of the damage I'm doing with Comet isn't cold, it's fire. Because I've spec'd into fire. And that's really cool, honestly. But I feel like maybe spells should
Yeah, so the workaround here is that you play other type of skills, but you kind of set up your build so that the other damage types are converting into fire. Right?
have the ability to consume the same type of infusion as they are. So like Comet can consume a cold infusion to be stronger Comet, and that would be cool. I think that'd be awesome. Also, more ways to generate them would be great, because the generation for some of these things is kind of annoying. Right? I think Frostbomb's annoying. It's great early game, sure, but as you get to end game, does it scale, right? Firebomb does. Does Frostbomb? Not really, in my opinion. Yeah, I haven't figured out a way to scale. Maybe it's a skill diff.
You went in a totally different direction, but I agree with it. I was just thinking about how, you have to wait on them, go and gather them, and there's so many nodes on the tree to make them feel good.
It's like the builder spender, build spend type of thing. So it made me think about like my invoker and like the power charges, how I'm really playing on the power charges there. So that my invoker build is like super focused around power charges, getting power charges, and just kind of like building up like a ton of effects from the or like making my attacks a lot stronger, and especially some like so like it makes certain of my skills, like gathering all these power charges, makes certain of my skills almost feels like some type of like ultimate skills that I'm able to kind of like do pretty often, because my power charge generation is like super high. But I mean, you should be able to do that in a similar way with the other elements.
Good.
Or like with elements.
The way that currently works. So I agree with you. I'd love
increase
to
percent pickup range.
No.
That is terrible.
It is blah.
Okay.
No, it wouldn't be blah.
I hate that.
New skills, old weapons. I think
yes.
that would be sick in many regards. I'm talking about finally give Quarterstaff an actual chaos skill that the monk can use, like Ice Strike and Tempest Flurry. Go back and add, I think it's called Blazing or Spinning Inferno or something for the mace, which is kind of like a spin to win with the mace for the warrior. That's a fire. Like there's a whole bunch of skills that I believe are supposed to be in the game or planned to be in the game that currently aren't there for older weapons. I'd love for them to go and fill some out, because that's also something that we could look forward to in 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, 2.3, whatever.
Yeah, that like that's something that really kind of like opens up things. Like as these different weapon types and these different new skills are introduced in the game, it kind of like really opens up things, opens things up, right? And that's a good thing. Because you should be able to, like, okay, so let's say I'm planning freaking Fire Sork as an example again. Like when they introduced Druid and I'm able to do the Volcano, that added a new dimension, right? The primal skills. So we need more of them, to really start to feel like kind of like the potential, I think. So I really hope and I really think that at some point we are going to be able to do these things, like just hone in on an element or like hone in on a certain thing, and we can pull from a lot of different of these like skill categories, I guess.
All these old skills not being forgotten about and continually fleshed out. I think 0.5 would be a great time to go ahead and do that. Reinvigorate some of them.
Okay. Okay. That's awesome. I would love that. Because like as a builder, there are some skills I want to make work because they're so cool.
Yeah.
But they just don't fit in the weapons kit at all, which is super weird. I think you know what? And by the way, once again, you can always build a single skill, I believe, if you put enough effort and divs into it. I just couldn't figure out a cool way to make it work. In my opinion, I think a good example of this would be Spear of Solaris from the Spear. It is a fire-based skill. It's like one of the only fire-based skills, except for Explosion Spear, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it can build off of glory, off like stats effects, right? And you don't have access to much stats effects in the Spear kit, right? You have more access. Honestly, a lot of it. Honestly, the only way I can figure out how to build Spear of Solaris is by doing a Witch Hunter build with Spear and then having a different weapon to get the glory. Like, honestly, that's like the best way I can think of, right?
Yeah.
And it's probably a way better way to do it, but that's just like as like a ad hoc, let's go, well, how can we do this? That's the first spit reaction I have, right? So yeah, I think I would love that. Give us the capability to do this, right? Love to have more skills to build it out.
Yeah.
100%. Please give me this.
Yeah, GGG, please. I think everybody would love that. Every
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
player. All right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
We got 8 to go. No, we got 10 to go. My bad.
10 to go, bro.
10 to go. Okay. I'm surprised we haven't said this yet. Are the reworks of the old League mechanics a given here? Right?
Not a given. No.
Not a given.
I don't
Not
think they're
a
given. I think they will happen, but they're not confirmed.
Okay.
I'm very careful
Okay.
with the language I use.
Okay. I will then say something else. I think the omen of homogenization will re-enter the game as a different item.
Exaltation.
Yeah.
Newly
Yes.
implemented. Okay, so maybe
Yeah.
via a new league mechanic or something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something that allows you to add new attributes onto your weapons via tags. It was busted in 0.3. It got removed. I think that same thing that same mechanic will be re-added in a different way. Whether it's like this new league mechanic coming in 0.5 or another omen, but now it's purple, so it's super hard to get, so you just can't spam them, right? So like I think that this will re-enter the game in some form.
Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people are really asking for that. Even if it's, like you said, nerfed in a way, I think it'll reappear. Because I know it was very powerful, so it probably won't be there in the same manner, but I do think it'll come back.
Oh, 100%.
Okay. You know what? I said I wasn't going to take any suggestions here. This one's too good, and I do agree with it.
Mouse controller hot swap.
I've been asking for it forever. Mouse controller hot swap. So right now,
Yeah, bro, I just can't get myself to play PoE on the controller. Like, bro, I mean, like, I don't even like WASD. I want to click to move.
you play on a controller on your PC. You can't just pick up your controller, use your mouse and keyboard for inventory management. It automatically swaps. This happens in other games like Diablo 4. GGG have promised this since before 0.1 released. It's still not implemented. They've said, oh, it's coming in 0.2, 0.3. I think for 0.4, they said, we're working on it. They didn't promise it for 0.4.
Yeah.
Maybe they finally figured it out for 0.5, and people will finally get what they want. And I might try out controller because apparently it's pretty nice.
Yeah, we know people who play on controller only, and I think they've had a good time with it. Honestly.
Yeah. The only pain point is the inventory.
Yeah, inventory, and then also anything to do with typing in words.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
Right. Anything that right there. That's why I play mouse and keyboard, fellas. Is to go ahead and actually type in the searches. Right. How am I supposed to create those regexes? I can't copy and paste on controller.
I don't even use regexes still. Oh, you're gonna beat me in that speed run.
I hope so. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best. All right. That's my hope.
Yeah. All right. What's the next one?
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. You got me here. You got me here. I think that the other league mechanics that are not as heavily involved in crafting will get crafting buffs. So I'm talking about like Expedition, Delirium will have more to do with crafting. I know Delirium has the infusions of the amulets, and has a couple cool drops, but I feel like there's going to be more crafting added to both of these league mechanics.
Okay.
Ritual right there is like the crafting league mechanic.
Right.
Its drops are heavily sought after for crafting, and these drops will increase into divs the longer we go into a league because less players are farming it, but more players are consuming it. So that price will just increase naturally. Okay. So I think that Breach already has a quality with Reigns, right? It has the Breach Reigns, so sure, that's fine, I guess, right? But I feel like Expedition and Delirium need more drops that are consumed throughout the league, and I feel like crafting would be the outlet for this.
Okay. So expanded like crafting currency or something special for each of them. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every league mechanic has something to do with crafting. Abyss added desecration. Temple added double corruption, right? Now, are these league mechanics going to be reworked to add more crafting systems?
Got it. Okay. All right. I think that's fair. I think that's definitely fair.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
You're not shooting this down immediately.
No.
That's good to hear.
No. We'll shoot that out immediately. That makes sense.
Okay.
You know what
okay.
else?
What's your next?
Act 3 rework.
Oh.
Rework?
Wow.
Oops.
What?
Characters. That's okay. I think Act 3 is a little bit invalid. Okay. I think Act 3 is the most complained about act, next to Act 2, but I think those people can. I think those. I won't say what I was going to say. I think Act 2 is fine. I think it's totally fine.
Yeah.
I think Act 3 is one of the more frustrating acts in the game with its layouts, especially. And I think that Grinding Gear Games have hinted that this will be revamped, and I do believe this will be the patch where they've revamped it. A lot of the areas will be made cleaner. You'll be caught on less debris, or those trees or little rocks or whatever. The layouts won't be so labyrinthine. I think we're going to see some pretty big reworks to Act 3. I think Act 2, Act 1, Act 4, and the interludes are good to go in that regard.
I feel like the main issue with Act 3 is that there's like no linear maps at all. And the maps that are linear have non-linear elements added to them to make them not linear.
Waterways!
Yeah, the waterways are super not like they're linear, but there's some backtracking.
Right.
There's the first like Vow Ruin Temple where you have to get the rune cores, so it's linear, but then you have to go ahead and find these like random green drops, and sometimes you gotta backtrack all the way through the map to go get it. That's the worst feeling, honestly. And then like every other like I think honestly the most linear map in the entire act is the Black Chambers.
Oh yeah, that one's so easy.
Because you just go straight back and you're fine.
Yeah.
It's in the very back. You're good. I always find it in the like sub 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It is crazy. So I honestly, please, come on, guys. I would love this. This is so needed.
Yeah.
So yeah. I agree with this. There's no complaints here.
All right.
No
Good.
complaints.
Good. What else is needed?
Oh my gosh. We haven't said it yet, right? Act 5 dropping.
Oh, you're doing it. Wow. Act 5 is literally in the same row or column as 2 new classes, 4 new ascendancies. Oh boy. All right. Act 5.
Drops.
All right. We talked about it earlier in the podcast, but Act 5, it's Oriath. You know, they want to test it before 1.0, I think is the line.
This is the last opportunity.
If
this is
1.0 is in December after ExileCon.
If right, I'm willing to do it. Have another 1.0, another ExileCon next year. That's expensive.
Yeah, not 2 years in a row. No way, dude.
No.
Yeah, I really don't think we're gonna get like 2 ExileCons in a row.
No.
I actually think you're right now.
Yeah.
I legit didn't until the past hour and a half. I did not think Act 5
Act 5. Act 5 is dropping.
No, Camp's not frozen.
Which means new item.
Camp's not frozen. I'm just going over my calendar here. Camp's not frozen.
Bases.
What's up, man?
That's true. New
item bases across the field, right? So there you go. That's exciting too. Giving new item bases. 100%. And also make item bases mad. I have my next prediction. Never mind. Stop. Keep going.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. My next thing. Has to do with the end game mostly, but it'll affect the entire game. Rare monster. Oops. Rare monster mod rebalancing.
Mm.
I think this is one of the biggest
Mm.
L's in PoE 2 right now.
Oh, wow.
It's just the way the rare monster mods were basically inherited from Path of Exile 1. And I think they're uninteresting and they just completely inhibit or make certain builds feel really bad, especially if you're playing a melee character. There are, especially Abyss monsters can get some really ridiculous mods like Shadewalker that add just tons of degens on the ground. And I understand that it's part of the beauty and the ugliness of Path of Exile that this is possible. But I just think there needs to be like a system in place where they're like, okay, this certain monster can't spawn with this rare monster modifier, or it can't spawn with the set of rare monster modifiers, like, you know, the teleporting, dropping goo, temporal bubble, all at the same time. Like, it just seems like it's, and volatile plant, like, that's a crazy combo.
Mm.
And I guess it is beautiful, but it's also incredibly frustrating. And I'd love to see some sort of rework the way rare monsters fight you. And I don't want to get into the meaningful combat because I think I'm going to lose this battle in 0.5. But, you know, just something changed with rare monsters and the mods that spawn on them.
Why are the rare modifiers not more like how essences modify creatures rather than how they are in like Path of Exile 1, right? Because the essences, they add like whole more mechanics, right? There's like little time zones. There's like the Geonor blow up area. Yeah, they get samey because there's only like 5 of them, right?
That's gimmicky.
I feel like
Yeah.
it's better to have rare modifiers be more gimmicky than just like added cold damage, hasted, added fire damage, more damage, chaotic damage, volatile plants.
I think, okay, volatile plants, you got me on, but I think the simple monster mods, along with more interesting rare monster attacks, would be way better.
Oh, okay.
Like, imagine a drowning hag with multi-proj. So she's throwing out 4 drowning orbs at once.
Yeah.
Right? Like, imagine that. Or, like, instead of Shadewalker, the abyssal guys that are riding on top of the spider or the crab, whatever, they're hasted or something. Like the Shadewalker, it's like, it just feels like total BS sometimes when you encounter, I don't know.
Worst one is where you make an elemental build and they are resistant to that element. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, or that bubble, you have to be next to them to damage them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I totally agree. Like, we need some, like, rebalancing. Yeah. But, you know, like, a lot of these, a lot of things with PoE right now is that, or like leaves you with that feeling that like they just had to throw something together. So yeah, hopefully we're getting some good rebalancing to those things.
I feel like I'm communicating in like a poor way. Well, Shadewalker is because it's crazy. It's like teleport, and there's the goo on the ground, and there's the deep.
Like like one of the ways that we can, or like where you really get this feeling of how bad some of them are, is that if you had the headhunter. So if you have the headhunter and you're stealing all these mods, like there are some of them where you are really like thinking like, what the heck is happening? Like, because you are stealing the mods, so you're actually getting the bad effects, basically, and like I like, you will not get me to believe that that was intended. On T15 maps, some of the mods ruin your run, and you gotta reroll. Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's just bad, you know. Yeah, the weather is nice here. It's really nice. It's like, I think it's like 20 degrees and full sun, but we are in here searching for the hype.
Gen Aura, because it constantly spawns with the same set of mods, right? You can be like, okay, well, don't run Abyss. Oh, you know, I guess that is valid. I don't know. I just feel like I don't like the gimmick. I'm totally against you on the gimmick thing, honestly.
The hardest content in the game is Abyss.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
And it's
It is.
some
It
of the most
is,
rewarding.
right?
You know, if we're taking out the temple currency. Last
Yeah, yeah. Okay, there you go. Take away temple. Now it's the most
Okay.
rewarding, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like, I understand. I understand.
Bro, the way you're able to juice up your temple also is pretty hard. It's pretty rough.
Gimmicks might get old and get. I get that. Okay, I'll back off the gimmicks. I just thought the
24 degrees there. Oh my god, bro! Like, are we in mid July or something? Like, what's happening?
gimmicks be more meaningful combat-ish, so I
No.
thought you'd bite into that.
No, I don't want to
All
go in
right.
front and in a lightning circle to dodge a big blast every couple seconds.
Why not just give them, like, make arbiters attacks part of the rare
Okay,
modifiers?
let's get on. They
so
do
you have
that.
the hallways
wisps
in
do
the
that.
maps.
The wisps basically, well, they do that in a
Oh,
way.
I love that. Do it more.
All right, what's your next prediction?
All right. Okay. Next prediction here. Next prediction. Every league mechanic every existing league mechanic. Sorry, let me rephrase. The 4 core league mechanics will get more bosses.
Okay.
More bosses?
Point one.
Mm.
Mechanics, new bosses.
New bosses.
All right, so that's
Okay.
Breach, Ritual, Expedition, and Delirium, correct?
Yes, yes. Give me new bosses,
board.
more drops, and more ways to farm the bosses. Abyss has like 4 bosses. Where is this in Ritual? Where is this in Delirium? Where is this in Breach, right? Breach
Yeah, that's kind of like the thing. So when we get mechanics that are like larger or like more fleshed out, we are kind of like starting to notice like what the older mechanics are kind of lacking. Yeah.
Breach can have cool bosses too. Imagine you're like doing a Breach and then you see like a
Are they gonna rework Finding the Citadels? So okay, so here's the thing. There is like we are all waiting for like a brand new style of endgame, or at least how I'm understanding it. So like things are going to be changing a lot. How I'm understanding it, like endgame is going to be changing a lot.
massive hand, or like you see a unique breach in your map that's like maybe like purple but it's also got like more than one hand crawling out of it, and you hit it and then there's a
Yeah, so endgame was supposed to have like this big update in 0.4, like the patch we are currently in. But they decided to kind of push it a little bit because they didn't feel it was finished. So it has been pushed to 0.5. And 0.5, like we were all led to believe that like 0.5 would already be here, basically. But it's kind of a couple of months late. So we are, yeah, I mean, 0.5 should actually have been a month ago. So basically, it's still a month until we are getting 0.5. But that means that they basically have had like, 6 months extra to work on something that, like 5 months ago, were actually supposed to be in the game. So we are really, really expecting something big in the end game.
boom boss, right?
Yeah.
So cool. Where is
You wish they would do their own version of Nephilim Rifts? Yeah, these kind of like quick little, getaways from the map, right?
this?
Okay, I totally agree. I want more
Yeah.
bosses. I love
Give me
bosses.
more bosses.
It's
Mhm.
some
Yeah.
of my favorite parts of the game.
Yeah.
No pushback from me there. All right, here's my next prediction.
So I also think like some of the especially like Delirium, like it needs a rework, like the boss and or it's just some type of like rebalancing. I mean, it's just too freaking frantic. Like like the bossing for that mechanic. Like, so just like that in general, I feel like needs to be fixed.
New end game system. I'm gonna call it the Mega Dungeon. Okay. We
Ooh.
kind of
Okay.
discussed
Mega
this
dungeon?
in the beginning, but I think that fortress that's rising out of the ground,
Yeah, but that's kind of like the delve. That's like a delve, or like an alternative, kind of like an alternative delve style mechanic,
in the first trailer, is not
infinite dungeon type of thing.
hinting at like a rework of the Infinite Atlas or a destruction of the Infinite Atlas. I think it's going to be a system layered on top of the Infinite Atlas, sort of like the Burning Monolith, something that we can find, but unlike how the Burning Monolith is just you enter it, you fight the Arbiter, this is going to be like a whole mini continent sized fortress, and you can travel inside, and it's going to have nodes that you can go to. And you can maybe repeat said nodes or work your way through all the nodes to get to a boss at the end.
Yeah.
Once you kill the boss, maybe the fortress collapses or you get kicked out and you got to like reset it again. I think it's going to exhibit.
Yeah, so basically almost like like a really expanded Citadel type of thing.
Finite Atlas like effects on top of the Infinite Atlas. I don't think they trash that.
Interesting.
Do you think they will ever add loot goblins that drop cosmetics? No, but I would really like to have. I would really like to. I want them to so in Path of Exile 1 we have this what is it called, like the Kirak Pass or something, like you can sorry, no, the challenge, the challenges. So like adding more stuff like that, like adding more challenges that will reward you something, could be cosmetics. I mean, people love cosmetics, right? Different cosmetic things. They love the aspect of like, you know, you gotta catch it all, kind of like the Pokemon aspect of things, or like just grinding out the you know, the yeah, cosmetic rewards and stuff. I really think they need to get that into the game fast. So that's really what I'm hoping is coming soon. Because it gives you like an intention, it gives you a clear goal of something to kind of go after. And if those challenges are kind of like connected to the content that's already there in like a clever way, I think that's going to be really good. WoW is like that with pets. Yeah, I mean, there are so many. Like, it doesn't have to be like the grandest of things, but like each league have like some cool things that you can only get in that league. So like the challenge league challenge things in PoE 1. I mean, you had these like totems that you could you know, farm each league, or not farm, but hunt like challenges. Specific things like that would be really cool. Things that are kind of basically stuff that you will only be able to get if you complete those challenges in that specific league. D3 had goblins that would spawn super rare in dungeons that dropped wings and stuff. Yeah, I don't think they will be adding stuff like that. I think it's going to be more like connected to challenges.
I think they're adding a new layer of endgame on top, and it's going to be like a mega dungeon. Have unique rewards,
Okay.
unique nodes, unique bosses, so on and so forth.
Okay. Weird. What if they just remove temple from the game, but this new fortress thing is now just temple?
No, that would
Right.
be the dumbest thing I've ever
Okay, all right,
worst
back off.
take I've ever heard from you.
Yeah, grinding for them added so much grind. It was hella fun and a big flex. Yeah, but that's kind of important to have those things. I feel like it's important to have those like specific grinds, and I feel like that's kind of how it's set up in PoE as well. It's just not so obvious. I would like to feel that like there is a big reason why I'm grinding something, why I'm doing something. Like I really want to feel like the intention of why I'm doing it. And I feel like PoE is kind of struggling a little bit there, because those aspects are there. It's just like if you don't know about them, or if you actively don't go and search for them, like you're missing out.
Dumbest thing over here,
So-
little idiot over
so,
here,
you know,
cast
everybody-
uncommon over here, being a dummy dumb.
You know how everybody
All
loved
right.
the temple? Let's just make that the core endgame mechanic, guys.
Let's just make like a core. Player numbers.
We've been working on this for 10 months. It's Val Temple 2.0.
Yeah, after tier 15, the grind isn't there that much. I mean, like the grind after 15s, like that's just one aspect of it, like grinding up the tiers of the maps. But then you have like the grinds of the different end game mechanics, like the different stuff that you can get, you know, the different stuff that you can get from like the breach boss, the abyss bosses, the delirium boss, right? But it's so those grinds are in the game, but they are not like very, you're not like super incentivized to do it. I feel like it's not presented in a way that makes it kind of like obvious that this is what you're supposed to be doing.
It's Val Temple. It's always been Val Temple. It's
No
always
way.
been the Val Temple.
It's not happening.
Oh, Val Temple is the end.
So it's kind of like, you know that those things are there, but it's just kind of feels easier to just like keep, you know, like grinding for levels or trading for gear and stuff like that. So now when I'm playing quite a lot of SSF, I'm hoping that I'm really gonna be like thinking more about these things, because I think when you're playing SSF, like you're not able to trade for anything that you need. You actually actively have to go out and hunt for these things yourself. That's gonna add a little bit to my understanding of this, I hope. Because when you're not able to just like go and search for like the best things, but you actually have to figure out like where do I need to go, what do I need to do to get those things. I feel like almost that's the only way to kind of learn what I should do, you know.
Game.
Please no.
Guys,
Yeah, loot targeting, yeah. So when I've been playing trade in 0.4, like when you're playing trade, you're kind of like able to skip a lot of those things that you should be doing, because you could just go trade for it. So, but when you can just go trade for an item and you don't know how to actually farm for it or try to target it for yourself, that's kind of a problem, right? So, but if you go SSF, it means that like if you want to get those Kulimak rings, if you want to get, you know, excuse me, if you want to get very specific things like Atsiri drops, you know, Seshed drops, stuff like that, breach rings, yeah, those things, you actually have to. That actually makes sense, right? When you're yeah. So if you're not playing SSF, but you are playing trade, you are able to just trade for those things, but that also kind of like takes away your knowledge of how you actually acquire them yourself. And it almost kind of like takes away a lot of like the reasoning for actually doing those activities, because it's just like, yeah, no, I don't even have to do it, I can just trade for it, right? But if you're SSFing, you're kind of forced. And it's actually more meaningful. So if you go into a map and you farm, like you set it up to be like a breach farm, for example, you get all the splinters, you're actually working towards getting the splinters that you need so you can go fight the breach boss, right, to actually get those drops. Yeah. You feel other than SSF, the need to add a goal for those who want to stick to one character other than just selling stuff and min-maxing your build other than clearing faster. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's exactly what we're talking about. Because if you're not able to trade, you have to farm. You have to grind, but it makes much more kind of sense playing SSF, because if you are kind of stuck and you feel like, yeah, okay, so I need to search for, or I need to farm for a new weapon, you are actually farming for that specific weapon, for upgrades and stuff that are specified or like focused on one thing, right? But when we are trading, we are kind of skipping a bunch of those things, right? So when we are trading, it's just like, okay, I got some currency, so I just hit up the trade and see if there is a better one, right? Group SSF would be insane. Yeah. So I think Ciceran and a couple of other streamers actually did that last season. They called it Dad SSF or something, and they were kind of like, yeah, grouping up, playing SSF, but yeah, in a group, trading like amongst each other. Yeah. Yeah, but I really think that a lot of the game, or a lot of the grind, or like a lot of like the targeted grind is kind of like a little bit hidden, or it's easy to overlook stuff if you're trading. Like, okay, for this specific build, I should try to get this type of ring or stuff like that. But if you're not kind of forced to go out there and get it yourself, you're kind of like missing out on like how to get the different things without trading.
4 was awesome. Let's just repeat it, all right?
No.
All right. Okay, good sir.
2 more.
That's an awesome prediction. We've only made one prediction on the new league mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
True. Out of map.
Out of map.
Out of map.
Excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and steal a prediction that I heard from talking with my
Thoughts on a boss rush mode added to endgames? What you mean? I mean, we kind of already have that, right? But it's like a mechanic that is like almost like a random mechanic in any map, right? Or I think there is a specific map that kind of has that. I can't remember which one it is. But it is a specific map that has like that that system, right? Where you kind of like you start inside this like almost like a summoning circle, and you have to fight like one boss after the other. But you mean like a tower system of bosses increasing in difficulty, and further you get, the more you are rewarded? Yeah, there kind of is, right? You have the different tiers of the different bosses, but you would like more tiers, right? So instead of like having 3 tiers, we can have like 30, you know, with like the incremental increase, not like a enormous increase from like tier 1 to tier 2, and like an astronomical one from tier 2 to tier 3, but more of like incremental. Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. I like it, because then you're also more like incentivized to so it's like these different like thresholds that you kind of like need to get your character to you need to get your character set up to be able to do it, but it's just like super hard to say when you have like so few tiers, right? Possibly class specific. What you mean, class specific?
coworkers. That's okay. I think this new league mechanic will have us not exist in one map, but have to chain maps together. So you have to like do this map, and then after doing this map, you gotta do this map here. For like the manner, you have to do that with the wisp. You got to do like the wisp maps in order.
Right.
I think for this new league mechanic, you might need to chain maps in order to actually.
Yeah, so I really like those like corrupted areas. I wish there were more of those like themed, more of those themed areas, you know. So you have this, you have like the corrupted areas, right, where you can get certain things, but you also have like with the Abyss, they introduced like the chance for like an area of the Atlas to be overrun by the Abyssal. Like I would like more stuff like that. That would be really cool. So like you have this little cluster here of like I don't know, 10, 15 maps in like a little cluster where it's like, yeah, here if you want to kind of like really farm this or really go for this, like you should go to this little cluster right here. Like I would like more themed areas like that in the Atlas. Uh, 0.5 release, yes, it's the 29th of May, and we are getting a reveal in 1 week on May 7th. We will be getting the reveal of the 0.5, and the 0.5 is May 29th.
Complete it. And it's not like Val Temple where you can do any map. It's like you're chasing something.
Like bestiary, you're chasing a beast.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Exactly
Word.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's so what you're talking about is like the intentional intention of why you're doing things. I mean, if you are playing SSF, you will get more of that intention. Like you will be introduced to having to approach this way more. But like the way trade is set up, like you are not necessarily very incentivized to do this, because you could just, instead of going in there doing that content, you could just trade for whatever you will get by doing that content. May, they're dragging it out. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it was supposed to be we were supposed to have a new league a month ago, so it's going to be dragged out 2 months.
Exactly that. Because also, like these two teasers, they may not be the league mechanic.
I don't think they are.
Yeah, so I think the beast will be a. And by the way, if you're chasing from one map to another, is that not an out of map experience?
How did you get on with the Fire Sork? I mean, I'm not dead. Like I haven't continued. I've kind of been doing other stuff. But yeah, they were talking, or we were. Yeah, I mean, Cast and Comet was talking about this a little bit earlier about the like the specific issue of the balance being a bit weird when it comes to like really focusing on one specific element.
No, it's definitely not.
No,
You've done
You know, it's a dream of me to make the Fire Sork great again.
two
It's
of the
out of,
opposite.
it's out of
And
map. It's out of
the same column.
hey, I'm the vertical, so I'm
Yeah, they need to buff fire. Yeah, so one thing that like, so you have like the ignite and stuff, and like the flammability build up and stuff with the fire. It just feels like it's not working. So the thing is that you can see it. If example, if you're fighting a boss with only fire skills, you can see like the I think it's like the burning status effect or something that's kind of like rising from like 0% and it keeps growing and growing and growing. It just feels like it's not necessarily doing any more damage when like the burning status effect or like the, I don't know if it's, I don't know specifically what it is, but I think it's the burning status effect that shows like the percentage. It doesn't feel like, if the burning status is like 90%, it doesn't feel like your skills are doing any more damage type of situation.
okay with this.
Oh my.
So with this,
They could make each league an elemental buff rotation meta. I just think like they need to make it work. Like they need to be more focused, more specifically and like focused on because some of them are working, you know, like the lightning is working, you know, electrocution, shock, like it works. But like freezing and igniting, I mean, it's not working how it should.
That's right. With the out of map. I mean, it's out of map. It's in maps, but out of map.
Yeah, like electric damage and poison meta has been the same since the games. Yeah, but I feel like chaos damage and chaos and shock, like, or chaos and electricity, those are like if fire and cold got like buffed to be on the same level as like chaos and shock, yeah, I think we would be good. But it's also, you know, that combo aspect. So it's definitely gonna be better, you know, if you kind of like combine things, because the way the different types of damage combos and synergizes type of thing. But I mean, you should have the same thing if you want to do like only cold or only fire or only chaos. You should be able to do it. I think like you shouldn't be forced to have to combine.
It's plural. You see there you go.
I think your definitions are...
Yeah, primers and detonators. Yeah, but that was kind of like what I was talking about, you know, with the flammability or like the burning status effect. I'm not quite sure, but it's like if you're hitting a boss, like, and you're building this burning or whatever, and it just increases and increases, and like you're actually doing more damage with your burning skills. I mean, so I think it's more about like fixing how those things, because they are already in the game type of thing. It's just like they're not working as good as, for example, shock, poison, or chaos. Should make fire more dot damage than tick damage. Yeah, but that's kind of like the thing. I think that's the intention, but it's not working. So the more burning you apply to a target, right, the more damage you should do. But like that's not necessarily the case, or it's not necessarily working. I think how it should.
I have protected myself by making a.
So it's already in there, but I think they need to buff it.
Saboteur.
Or have a look.
This has to be true, but this also has to be true. Both ones are true. Both are false.
Absolute sabotage with that one.
Yeah, it's definitely not working, but it's I think if it's ever gonna work, like we kind of like have to realize, like we have to kind of like be able to pinpoint exactly what's not working, you know. So I think it's the, like you're saying, it's part of like the dot aspect that's not working, and also like the kind of like the exposure and the flammability aspect of it. Like you shouldn't have to be forced to kind of like go 35 nodes up the passive tree to actually get those things to work, you know. They should work immediately.
Right there.
Awesome.
I think it is pretty possible. I think we're gonna get a new trailer tomorrow.
So there are things to make there are passives to make things stronger, but like if the effect is not initially kind of working, I mean, it's not gonna work.
I think they're gonna do trailer 2 days.
Ignite, you think it's broken? Yeah, I mean, there is stuff that's not working.
Every 2 days, essentially, up until release. Or sorry, not release, until the reveal. Because Kelly was like, we have some really exciting stuff planned leading up to May 7th, and they've already...
But so it feels like it is there. Like those kind of mechanics or those things, they are in the game. They are there. It's just they are so weak that it feels like they're not.
We dropped, 2 trailers. One was this massive cinematic, and the next one was an in-game little cutscene. So
Okay.
I think we're gonna get a lot.
Okay.
All right, wow. Closing us out here.
Last one.
Last one. What does it try?
What is my last prediction? Oh man, we got Act 5. We got 2 new classes, 4 new ascendancies. Man, what could it be?
Close it out with a banner. Come on.
This is a hard one, dude. This is a hard one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unless it's enemies doing it to you. Yeah, that's also kind of like a yeah. So it's working, and some of these things it feels like sometimes they're working, sometimes they're not. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely some like work to be done there. It's going to be interesting to see if this has been addressed in a month.
What's on the diagonal? Wait, hold on. What's on the diagonal? Yeah,
New
we got
Pinnacle, Atlas skill tree deleted, mouse control drops. That's a dead diagonal right there. Rare monster, Act 3, out of left, Grand Project, towers equal Grand Project.
That's also a dead diagonal.
Man, so let's. What do I want here? What do I think is coming?
What do you want? A new div sync.
Oh, actually, dude?
No.
No.
Item rarity? No item rarity prediction on this entire.
Oh yeah, prediction. Item rarity. Yep, you're right.
No.
Finally, I'm gonna put it in parentheses. Addressed.
Okay.
Okay. Jonathan did say, like, we want to do something to it. We want to remove it from the mod pool, but we don't know what to replace it with. But it sounds like they've made the decision that they're going to nuke it. But I don't know if that's set in stone, dude. I know you're a big fan of item rarity and negative rarity strategies, so I don't know. Maybe GGG.
But Electrics is still going to be the meta you're calling it. Yeah, but that's because it's I think the only reason for that, to be honest, is because it's working. Like if there is no changes if there is no changes being done to fire and cold, yes, that's going to be the main element. So I think the only thing that's going to be able to like shake it up is only thing that's going to be able to shake it up is the buffs.
Reverse course in the last 6 months.
Or rework, I don't know.
Last interview
Mm-hmm.
was December 7th. It was my interview, or 9th or whatever. So he hasn't had any interviews since.
He's like, after that one, I'm done. I'm done.
We'll hear from him on May 7th at least. So that's good.
Okay. So you can
Really, there has been 6 months since we had a Jonathan interview. Damn, that's a long time.
You know what? Delete item rarity from the attribute pool for like exalting and transmutations and augs.
Do you think it's gonna have white hair now? Like it's been getting like really gray haired lately. If he shows up in a week with like white hair and beard, bro.
Don't get rid of Venture's Gamble. Venture's Gamble.
Poor Jonathan, man.
Venture's Gamble where
Oh my god, bro.
Venture's Gamble.
The weight
Do not get rid of
he's putting on his shoulders.
I love the Gamble. Come on.
I know you're a huge fan. That's the only source of item rarity. Venture's Gamble. It becomes a T0 chase unique with all the crazy stat rolls on it as well. So
you know what's crazy? Venture's Gamble is actually a very common.
It is
unique.
Yep.
It is a very common unique
because of the wide rolls.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it's the wide rolls. Yeah, sure. Yeah, right. You know,
and it can roll with like no mods on it. So well, the losing mods. You know, so
go look like Deckard Cain. Snap. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It is a fascinating item.
Here, you could have 5% item rarity, but in exchange, minus 40% fire resistance, minus 30% cold resistance, minus 35% lightning resistance.
Yeah, nobody's touching that. Yeah. Nobody's touching that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull up the full bingo board one more time, everybody. There's the bingo board. Remember, leave in the comments below what you'd like us to do if we do end up getting bingos. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal. We will abide by the terms of the most upvoted thing as long as it's related to Path of Exile 2. Nothing outside of Path of Exile 2. Cast on comment. Any closing words on?
Yeah, the thing is, with elements, chaos, and poison, it just doesn't feel like, I don't think any of them, like electricity, 100% is like what gets the closest. But it's just a lot of them feels like too much. Electricity and chaos actually, contagion, freaking essence drain. I mean, you can really feel like what those things are doing. Like, you can feel them way earlier, and also obviously like the herald of lightning stuff. But like, I just feel like 2 out of 4, basically, or 5 ailments just feels way better than the rest. Spark meta was the best. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, I mean, Spark is still super strong, and just like lightning is just like super strong. Like, I'm even doing that on my invoker, right? It's lightning, and crit. It's like, just hold one button, clear the whole room. Yeah.
Predictions for 0.5.
Comet is gonna get the triple tap buff. It's gonna go ahead when you cast Comet once. It's going to buff the damage of other comets in the area, and then also it's gonna have a cold infusion. It's gonna have a lightning infusion, and then when you add a cold infusion, it's just gonna basically double the crit chance and also the repeat chance and also the damage rolls.
Gone
and
fully
then
off
lightning
the rails.
infusion, it's gonna go ahead and actually just make this electrocute people as well, so you can freeze people, electrocute people, and then burn people at the same time. It's got the triple tap buff to Comet. And then cast on crit isn't strong enough. So let's go ahead and actually buff it a little bit more as well. Also, cast on ailment's a little weak. Let's go ahead and buff that as well.
How about Blood Mage?
Oh, Blood Mage 100%. That needs to be buffed way up there. Listen, the numbers are pretty sad, but Blood Mage is only the most popular ascendancy. It needs to be the only ascendancy in endgame, okay? Everyone Blood Mage, alright?
Well, okay. Everyone, if you want to hear more totally sane takes, like what you just heard the past 42 seconds, make sure to like the video, subscribe.
I mean, this was this was a good one, actually. Like, I really like these two dudes, Brothers in Exile. I think it's only getting better, this like podcast with Try and his brother here. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, to be honest. But there was one more I wanted to check here. Where is the because I don't only want to check out like the most like the biggest streamers or biggest content dudes. Like, I wanted to check this one out as well. Like, this one caught my attention here. Stuck waiting for 0.5. Here is what you should be doing. What is Nats? What is Nats actually saying here? What should we be doing? W podcast? Yeah. Okay, so what is Nats saying?
We are all painfully aware of the long wait for 0.5 Path of Exile 2.
Yep.
So here are 10 things that you can do whilst waiting for a new league. These are things I will be doing myself, so hopefully a few of them will resonate with you too. So number 1, improve your league start speed. Getting through the campaign quickly means that you reach the end game sooner. Getting to the end game sooner means that you get to maps earlier. And getting to maps earlier means more currency and more farming potential. Ultimately, you're ahead of the economic inflation.
She's actually a controller player.
More, items are more sellable, and you have options before the market settles. People say it's a genuine advantage. I am yet to find out because I'm painfully slow. And if you couldn't care less about the
Bro, are you still playing on a controller? On your PC? PoE?
economy, that's completely fine. It still means you spend less time in the campaign and more time in the part of the game that most people find more exciting.
Oh my god.
The end game. Especially with a potential end game rework coming, it means more time for you to explore that before the crowd arrives. So how do you get faster? A few things help. Number one, don't bother killing every trash mob you pass. You don't need to, and it's one of the biggest time sinks.
Okay, is this like a freaking league prep, or is it like a speedrunning tutorial?
For new players. Number two, learn the zone layouts so you're not wandering in circles.
I mean, it's more like a speedrunning approach here.
Yes, GGG does mix them up occasionally, but familiarity still helps. Mobalytics has a campaign layout guide that you can reference for improving your movement through zones. Number three, use your checkpoints and waypoints, something that I am terrible at doing. And perhaps the most important, number four, plan your build before you
It's a get good tips video. Yeah.
start. Knowing what you're building toward means no dithering, no mid-camp.
Yeah, plan your build before start. I mean, this is huge. Like, if you want to be faster, I mean, you should practice, like, you should practice and improve on one build, basically.
Campaign pivots, no 15 minutes staring at the passive tree in Act 2. I'm talking to myself here more than you. I'll be putting real effort into this in 0.5 because
That's like the greatest tip. Is like, don't if you want to be more effective in the campaign, don't explore different builds. Don't do like me. Try everything. Like, stick to one thing and keep doing the same thing over and over again.
if I'm honest, I tend to get completely distracted chatting with viewers in stream, and before I know it, it's been 40 minutes and I'm still standing in Clearfell. Number two, learn the side content. In my other video, I talked about wanting to learn a proper currency farming strategy this coming league. Side content, things like ritual, delirium, expedition.
Yeah, but if you want to learn this stuff, I think SSF is the way to go, because you kind of need to do this stuff in SSF to be able to get what you want.
Breach, strongboxes, and many more are often the backbone of these strategies. Different mechanics reward different currencies, and understanding your options means you can make an informed choice rather than just copying someone else's strategy without knowing why it works. My suggestion would be to pick one mechanic, learn it properly, and then move on to the next. It is also worth making sure that you actually enjoy the loop of whatever you're farming, because you will be doing it a lot. And efficient but miserable is not a winning formula. Smashing and smiling is. There are some brilliant resources out there, including tier lists from other big creators, though do bear in mind that some older content was made for previous leagues, and viability can shift. The mechanics knowledge still transfers though, and it'll help you spot new opportunities when the new endgame drops. Some options worth exploring include Breach, Delirium, Expedition, Ritual, Trials of Chaos, Trials of Sekhmet, Strongboxes, Citadels, Temple Farming. It's tricky to know exactly what will carry over into a reworked endgame, but understanding these systems puts you in a much better position to adapt quickly to the new changes. Number three, try different builds.
Yeah, that's not how you're gonna get more efficient. I mean, yeah, you should try different things. You should do this, but like not with the intention of like being super fast on that, on whatever you're trying.
I've played every league bar one, made characters across multiple base classes, and I'm still nowhere near the end of the list of builds that I want to try. The waiting period is honestly perfect for this. The economy doesn't matter anymore. There's no rush, no pressure. Use this time to experiment. Try a build you've been curious about but kept shelving because it felt too risky for league start. Try a base class you've never touched. Attempt to understand how damage scaling actually works so that when you do hit a wall, you know what to do. Or if you're feeling ambitious, try building something yourself from scratch.
That's what you should be doing. Build something from scratch, improve on it. Because you're really going to be loving what you're building yourself, like when you make it work.
I'm currently running a warrior through campaign, hoping to pivot to whirling assault. I'm also running a ranger through campaign in hopes of trying poison pathfinder, and I plan to run a sorcerer's djinn through campaign before league start too. What about you? What builds haven't you got around to trying yet? Let me know in the comments.
So many.
Number 4, read
So many.
the mechanics. I know, we don't play video games to do homework. I personally am allergic to reading tooltips and I have the attention span of a blowfish. But hear me out. GGG are notorious for writing text that is technically accurate and practically baffling at the same time. You genuinely need to be well rested and firing on all cylinders to pass some of it, and even then you might need a community wiki to confirm what you think you just read. So break it down. You don't have to read everything at once. Some good places to start: look into support gems, because a lot of those interactions carry across builds. Read about crafting materials and how they work. Even a surface level understanding will save you a lot of pain later. Explore the websites I mentioned in my last video: Path of Building, Maxroll, PoE.Ninja, Craft of Exile, and try to understand what each one actually does for you and how you can utilize them in the league. So as an example, a viewer told me that I can use PoE.Ninja to check real-time prices for currency in-game. I know I can always use this should I want to sell a piece of currency and I'm unsure of the price, or vice versa, I want to buy a piece of currency and I don't know its value. Number 5, practice crafting.
That's a huge one.
Crafting is one of those
Basically read tutorials.
areas where I'm fully aware.
But like practicing crafting, bro, that's a big one. That's a huge one, to be honest. It kind of feels, to me at least, it feels a little bit weird in trade. Like it feels so much easier just to go and search for exactly what you want. But yeah, I mean, like crafting, 100%.
I'm only scratching the surface, which is why I want to use this time to practice. I'm playing solo self-found at the moment, which means I have to be more experimental with my decisions.
Yep.
Without worrying about burning currency.
Crafting is the best currency maker in the game. Yeah, but you need to know how to craft. Like you need to know how to craft, you know, whatever is selling.
I'd otherwise use on trade. I don't get to go in trade and buy a decent item for my character. I have to rely on NPCs, drops, and what I can craft. If you're in a similar boat, I'd encourage you to start an SSF run.
Yep.
Do the same.
Yep.
Make some things you're not sure about. See what happens. The worst case is that you learn something. It's a low stakes way to start building up instincts that will genuinely help you when the next league comes around.
Yep.
Number 6, socialize with other players. This one might feel a little odd if you tend to play solo. I say this as someone who largely played in the silence for my first several leagues. But some of the most useful things I've learned about this game have come from conversations with other players. not from guides. If you're newer to the game, this is a genuinely great time to put yourself out there. Join a guild, chat in global, hang around in streams. Yes, there are toxic people in every gaming community. That's not unique to this one, but there are also a lot of genuinely kind and knowledgeable players who love talking about the game. The trick is finding your corner of the community, and that takes a little time. But don't let a few bad eggs ruin your experience. Number 7. Kill the pinnacle bosses. If you haven't managed this yet, I'd really encourage you to give it a go before the next league. There are a few...
Hang around in Mount streams. He taught me more than the game ever did.
So you know what to expect. The mechanics, the phases, and the general shape of the fight.
Yeah, I mean it's like I like you know, just experimenting with stuff. So that's what you're gonna get. I'm at kind of like a like if I can't make it work myself, I have a hard time just like, or if I can't understand it myself, I have a hard time doing it.
It carries over. Second, they tie in with learning the mechanics to earn currency. Pinnacle bosses tend to drop better loot than normal bosses, and they're kind of fun to fight. Completing the pinnacle content also gives you a clearer sense of where your build ceiling actually is, which is useful information going into
Most important tip of all, never go Fire Sork.
a new league. The further you push through the end game, the deeper your understanding of what it takes to make a strong build. It's a bit paradoxical, but sometimes you think your build is strong until you experience a stronger build. And I find pushing more late game content is a great way to test this.
Yep.
It sounds obvious,
But then that's the question. So if you hit this, I really feel like that's kind of like where the depth comes in. So like if you hit a certain piece of content, or you hit a certain encounter that's like just like incredibly hard, it's like understanding why it's so hard on your build, and understanding how to fix it.
sometimes we do overlook the obvious. Number 8. Try a solo self-found or hardcore. If you've only ever played standard trade league, this might be worth considering.
Yep.
As I mentioned earlier, solo self-found
Agree.
removes trade economy entirely, which means you have to work with what you find. It's more restrictive, but it teaches you an enormous amount about making builds work
Yep.
with imperfect gear.
Yep.
It also
Yeah, because that's the thing. If you have, like, you can be a little bit tricked by your gear, actually. So if you have super good gear, but you have like an ass build, that's not a very great situation, because you are going to be pushed into a corner where you like kind of don't understand why you are not able to do certain things.
removes a lot of the background noise of worrying whether you should be selling things or farming currency. In solo self-found, all your worries focus on improving your character.
Yeah, and the focus with solo self-found also, or that focus, which is saying, is really good, because you are playing the game more kind of like, or you're developing your character, building your character more in the way that it's like that you're intended to build it, right? And you're not thinking, excuse me, you're not thinking too much about being able to get stuff that's actually gonna like just distract you from what you really should be doing. So learning to actually play SSF, it's gonna learn, you're gonna learn more about certain things, and you're also gonna kind of like understand why certain items and stuff in trade are so much more expensive than others.
Hardcore, on the other hand, is a completely different kind of pressure, or so I've heard, as I have yet to play it. People say permanent death changes how you approach every encounter. I won't pretend it's for everyone, but many say that even a short stint in hardcore tends to sharpen your awareness of your defenses quite quickly. Do you play hardcore? Let me know why you think hardcore is a good way.
Yeah, I feel like I've kind of like stretched things in both extremes, like going like super defensive on everything, or having like a super defensive focus, and then I've kind of like had like a super offensive, like aggressive, damage focused approach. It's gonna be all about like finding that middle ground, basically. Which is kind of like your total knowledge of the game.
To learn the game in the comments. Number 9, play a different game.
Play a different game?
I mean this genuinely and without judgment. 4 weeks is a long time. If you burn yourself out before the league starts, you'll arrive already tired of the game. This is my worry for me. There are so many good games to play right now, whether that's something you've had on your list for ages, a completely different genre, or revisiting something old and comforting. Stepping away for a bit can be exactly what you need. You'll come back fresher, and you'll appreciate the new league more for it. I do plan to step away from PoE 2 for a while and jump into the world of D4. Still an
D4?
RPG, but a significantly less mentally demanding title. I might play some farming games in my spare time too. Will you play a different game? Let me know in the comments. And number 10, touch some grass. Look, we all know we're going to be inside with minimal sleep once 0.5 drops. May as well go outside while we still remember what it looks like.
Go outside, touch some grass, charge your batteries, because in a month there's gonna be team no sleep.
Take a walk, see some people, get some vitamin D
See some people.
in your eyes. Eat something that wasn't prepared in 30 seconds because you need to get back to maps. If you're in the northern hemisphere, the weather tends to be pretty good by now. Go enjoy it, because soon you will be back in your dark room with your artificial light from your flashing monitor. I'm being a little cheeky, but I do mean well. Rest is crucial, and vitamin D deficiency is a widespread global health issue, with over 50% of the world's population potentially.
Is that because we are actually all just gaming 24/7? Mounts and no sleep.
At risk. It is often called a silent epidemic, and it affects all age groups, causing bone disorders, weakened immunity, anxiety, depression, and many chronic illnesses. I myself have suffered from low vitamin D, and it wreaked havoc on my system for many years. Plus, looking after yourself means you're more likely to dominate when the new league comes. Drink some water, get some vitamin D, and eat your veggies. Right, those are my 10, a mix of practical preparation and gentle.
Yeah, so basically, like, get your sleep, get your vitamin D, food. Remember, drink water. But I mean, apart from, yeah, I mean, that's important advice. But just like the things she said about hardcore and SSF, like I agree on these things. I totally agree, but I mean, it all depends. Like, what do you want out of it? Like, set some clear goals. I think she kind of left out as a important thing. Like, maybe one of the hardest things, because there are so many things about the game that we want to try. Right? Yeah. Let's have a look at the teasers. This is the first one. Yeah, this looks like quite a huge area, to be honest. Like, it looks quite big. And there is a tower in there. Oh, you haven't seen this yet? Yeah, this is pretty cool. It is the first one. This is the announcement teaser. Return of the Ancients. Live reveal in a week, and releases on the 29th. Okay, where is the other one? Where's the last one? Yeah, this is the one.
I've traveled far to learn the origins of my craft. For knowledge is power. I'd risk it all to uncover these ancient truths.
Read comments? You want me to read the comments?
Risk it all.
Okay. The comments on the reveal, you mean? Here it is. Announcement of the announcement. Yeah. I am one of the ancients. I became one, waiting for an update of this game. Experts will call this the longest month in history. Yeah. I'm gonna like that one. Also, did I like this? No, I gotta hit the like. Can't wait to see what music Camille cooked up for this expansion. Yeah, I mean, the music is great. May is the new April. 6 months is the new 4 months. Oh my god. Return of the delay. Path of Exile 2, return of the 3-month cycle. GGG. Now we will definitely reach a 4-month cycle. Yep. Hope we get swords. Yeah, I mean, I kind of hope we get swords too. Yeah, the wait is so long. Path of Exile 2, return of the announcement of the teaser of the announcement. Yeah. I wonder if they decided, because D4, right? D4 just released its newest expansion, like just a couple of days ago. I wonder if that's why they decided to push it. This has to be Act 5. Yeah, well, we will see. 6 months league. Yeah. Path of Exile 2. Are you all excited? Here is a tease. Also Path of Exile 2. Lol. See you in a month. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of is. Yeah, it's kind of true. Yeah. Ah. First round challenger returns, bro. Yeah, maybe that's it. Actually, maybe it's the oh, what the heck is his name in PoE 1? The dude that keeps like challenging you in maps. Yeah, maybe that's it. But isn't that like the Trial of Chaos, Trial Master? This better be the most biggest patch that paved the way to 1.0. Yeah. Rip Temple Snake. Yeah. Very nice. Sad it's another month to wait, but this is a very important update, so I understand. Yeah. The team that created this cinematic deserves a raise. Yeah, true. It's the last one before release, isn't it? Well, people are speculating that it's probably is. Like if they had followed like the schedule, like it shouldn't be. There should have been like a release in April, I guess, and there should have been like one. So basically, we should, if the cycle was like followed, we should have like 2 more patches before release. GTA 6 before PoE 2 release, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. That's the thing because that's in November, right? Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I wonder how many PoE 2 players are going to be stolen by GTA. A few days before your birthday. Oh, you have your birthday is in December, like early December. Hype is rising. It sure is. But 6 months between leagues is criminal. Yeah. I think all the people that are like really frustrated with like the delays and stuff, I think that's a special breed of people. Like people that are super frustrated. I think those people are still like pushing the snake. November 26th. So when is the GTA launch? 19th or you think people would prefer mid-season updates over league delays? Yeah. The problem is that if you tell people, right? If you tell people that it's going to be 4 months and then it is 6, like that's the problem, right? Yeah, 19th of November GTA release. You think it's going to be delayed? Like I hear it like 19th of November for GTA. It's like okay, I hear what you're saying, but like with GTA, it's like I'm not going to be in a total uproar if that doesn't happen. Thanks for all the hard work, GGG. Take your time, make this league truly great. June 29, let's go. You don't think GTA will be delayed again? Well, so the thing is, right, if it's being delayed, it's probably going to be another year, right? Because like the late year releases are like the biggest ones, right? That's when it's like the smartest to release anything, because people are, that's when most people are buying stuff, right? I think it's tried and researched. Six months is insane. This league was done the first 3 weeks. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean it kind of depends on how you look at it, right? Okay, you have some dates here for the Grand Theft Auto releases. 28th of November, 22nd October, 22nd October, 29th of October, 26th, 29th of April, 17th of December, and last one scheduled for 19th of November. Yeah, so, yeah, most likely not being delayed. So we are blizzarding, bad games, great cinematics. Oh well, just play something else, I guess. Ooh, that's Doomer. That's Doomy. We went from 0.1 will happen between 6 months and a year to each 0.1 increment will take 6 months. PoE2 is amazing, but come on, guys, pick up the slack. Oh, yeah. Last PoE2 chance to redeem itself? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so, bro. Like, what PoE2 is actually doing in the ARPG space is, yeah, I mean, I think even if like they come out and say like we are still going to be in early access for the entire 2026, I think people will still be playing. It's just it's just feels bad when people say something and they are not able to follow up on it. Like that's the thing. They just need to stop doing that. Just stop saying like stop being so hell-bent on actually like saying yes in 4 months. Yes. Like so that's what's pissing people off is like just don't say, just say like, yeah, it's gonna be in 4 to 6 months time, I guess. Community trust is huge. Yeah, it really is. It really is. And it's like sometimes it's almost like, okay, just don't say anything instead of like saying something and not being able to follow up, you know. Once again, GGG fails to meet its own schedule of dates. The game has the game is exceptional, but unfortunately, it's overshadowed by the company's incompetence in delivering its own promises to the player. They've said the reveal of all League's content would be released in the last week of April, a month late for the 0.5 League, and what did we get? A 30-second teaser with no details, and another month of delay. Yeah. Yeah, it is a big problem. Like it really is. Like it's not a problem like for me personally, like I'm still gonna play PoE 2. Unless it kind of like takes this crazy like there has to be some really really bad stuff going on for me to not play it. But yeah, like the community trust is huge. What are these comments saying? Like, I don't understand. Let's translate to English. It's still a long wait, of course, but you think it's worth it? Yeah. 4-month development cycle, everything is fine, guys. Oh, yeah. Can't wait to experience some of the new content together with the plant teacher, Hashish. Oh my god. So what are you currently playing? PoE, bro. PoE 2. Yeah, I'm prepping. May is the new April. Trailer for the trailer. True. Yeah. Yeah, a problem here is like if this is not really good, that's when like the shit is really gonna hit the fan, right? Spider class confirmed. That translation looked like the text in PoE 2. Yeah, the abyssal language. Yeah, so I wonder when we will actually get the when we will get the next teaser here. Oh my god, it's only 3 hours since last time I actually checked in here. It was 7 days, 10 hours. Now it's 7 days and 7 hours. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we only got these two. Or we still only got those two. Can AI beat Path of Exile 2? What?
Can AI actually beat Path of Exile 2? I challenged 6 different AIs to create the most broken build possible. I feed them the entire Path of Exile 2 knowledge base, from gems, weapons, and armor to the skill tree. After that, I put all of them under the exact same conditions to see who would perform the best. And the result surprised even me. One of these AIs stumbled into a completely insane hidden mechanic that changes how the entire run works. But I'm saving that reveal for later.
What?
You'll know. Can AI handle Path of Exile 2? Which AI performs the best? And why sometimes the machine might actually be better than the player. So grab a snack, get comfy, and let's dive in. If you've watched our previous videos, you've probably already seen how AI performs in Elden Ring, but Path of Exile is a completely different story. The skill tree is massive, and the number of ways you can build your character is almost endless. I was wondering, can AI actually handle something this complex? Quick spoiler, without proper setup, AI fails. So I uploaded the full Path of Exile database, because when I asked, hey AI, make me a build, it was a mess. Fake items, broken mechanics, and made-up rules. But with full access to the database, AI has no more excuses. From this point on, any mistake is entirely on the AI. On top of that, I went to Twitter and Reddit and grabbed a well-known prompt optimization. I used it to rewrite my prompt so it was as clear as possible for the AI and pushed it to give the best result it could. This is what the prompt looked like before. This is what it looked like after optimization. And that's where the boring part ends.
This is actually boring. Like, I want to play the game myself. Like, I want to think. I want to play the game myself. I want to think. Like, that's the freaking, that's like the next level of like, so if you're tired of following build guides and still don't want to make your own builds, get AI to do it for you. What is Cicerone actually saying about this? Like, what is Cicerone actually saying about the announcements here?
News as well as the dates for the next update. Not what I was expecting either. We also have a trailer. Let's look at that real quick and then we'll talk about all the new stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if that tower, like, I wonder what that tower is. If it's gonna be like a fight your way to the top type of situation.
Now, somebody was saying the city is Aurea. I don't know how that works. Isn't Oriath on an island? This doesn't look that islandy. Guess it could be larger. Return of the Ancients. Live reveal May 7th. And normally they do a reveal 1 week before launching, which would mean that the launch would be like, you know, the 15th or whatever. Return of the Ancient launches May 29th. So we have 2 or 3 agonizing weeks before we get to play. That's the first time they've done this. Obviously, I guess they needed more time. I'm really curious why there's such a large gap between the reveal and the launch. I'm definitely going to reach out and ask for the interviews, podcast type stuff. Very curious about these timings. I don't really mind so much. You know, for me personally, this is kind of good because it lets me go really hard on the Albion event that I'm part of. I know a lot of people are going to be disappointed, but I don't think it's ever good when a company rushes things. There
True.
have been like leagues in PoE that I'm like, dude, if they had another week and put a boss in this, would have been so much better. So, you know, at least we have the dates now. People can take time off work, etc. if they want to do that. As far as what we're getting in this expansion, I'm assuming it'll be very endgame focused. That's like where PoE 2 lacks really hard right now. And I'm assuming they're still working on like the campaign. Maybe we'll get a new act, 1 new class, maybe 2. I mean, nothing really surprises me with GGG because they're kind of insane. And then, yeah, I'm expecting like 5 new bosses, like maybe like 4 mini bosses and like 1 pinnacle. Again, at this point, nothing really shocks me with GGG, you know? They're kind of cracked. And I don't really know what their focus is. But, you know, if they're like, oh yeah, there's 10 new Ubers or something, just they're so insane. Nothing really surprises me. So I'm excited. Obviously, since point 3, I've been enjoying PoE 2 a lot more. Point 4 was okay, but we were already in an okay state from point 3. Point 2, very rough. Did not enjoy. But obviously, after the podcast and stuff, we had every point I brought up got addressed and fixed, right? So that was nice. And yeah, now I'm quite enjoying it. I would say I still enjoy PoE 1 more, but I'm so excited for PoE 2, and I'm excited for it to eventually become what I enjoy the most. So
Yes.
Had a really
That's
good
what we
time.
hope.
Mirage, the last Path of Exile 1 League was my favorite of all time. It was really cute because there's PoE 2 players coming in like, why are people playing PoE 1 when PoE 2 is out? But obviously they're still updating PoE 1 and it's such a good game. My prediction is we're getting this May 29th. And then, let's see, 1, 2, maybe like August 7th or July 31st. Let's say that's when we're getting the next PoE 1 League. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 months later. I would expect like quite a large gap then. And then we're getting PoE 2 launch anywhere in December. Could be late November. Because I know they don't like doing December updates.
November?
It could be as early as like right after ExileCon, like 20th, 27th, something like that.
27th of November, bro. Oh my god.
But it could be 4th of December too. Like somewhere in that vicinity. Like I'm sure we all realize there's 0% chance that they're doing an ExileCon and not directly after launching PoE 2.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
It's too close to GTA 6. Yeah, so I guess that means that they actually think that like it's not the same crowd, basically. I think.
So yeah, that's my predictions. Don't think I'll check out D4. At least not right away. I'm too deep into this Albion event. I need to win.
Oh my god, yeah, bro. Yeah, I haven't checked out the D4 either. Like, to me right now, like, there's just no point. No point. Okay, what is Haley actually saying?
Hello and welcome. We're back to teaser season, and I'm very excited. I know I've been a little bit quieter.
Teaser season.
PoE 1 League was so straightforward and so good. I didn't really have much to talk about there or to share with you there. And of course, we have to wait so long for the new PoE 2 update, but we did just get the first teaser, and they actually just dropped a second teaser as well. Although the first teaser is more telling, so that's the one I'm going to talk about today. And I would like to give you a little bit of background on the lore so that...
Yeah, so Haley is kind of cool, because like I think she has like a cool like lore. Like I'm learning a lot of lore from Haley, basically.
Through the reveal and the game, you have a little bit of background knowledge that as you are playing, you can recognize stuff instead of retroactively having to see it. And then it's not as exciting as when you are kind of interacting. Like, I know that guy, I know that thing, and like, I've seen this before, you know, whatever. I want to give this to you and equip you. So let's talk about that first teaser and everything that it signals towards. The main idea here is the cinematic and the teaser probably signals more towards the endgame changes than the League. I think everybody kind of understands that by now.
Is it the Trial Master though?
We're not really talking about a League.
I mean, it is a woman, or it's like a female
Citadel.
because it has like breasts and stuff.
Obviously, they feel very tied into the foundation of the game. We also don't see that many cinematics like this for League content. It typically indicates some bigger storyline or foundational change. But let's talk about what we actually saw, because that footage went from 0 to 100 very, very quickly.
Trial Mistress.
Open up on this like stone face, and then as the camera pulls back, all of the ground shifts and all of the dirt is thrown into the air. There's like trees that are coming up out of nowhere, and there's like this giant.
I wonder, like, how cool would it be, like, if this was like a mechanic that would like just spawn in a map, like you just, you know, just making your way from one side of the map to another or the other, and then just like the whole ground opens up and like this freaking thing happens and takes you to or cracks, maybe. I mean, that's kind of like sounds like Abyss and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
Set of walls.
Yeah, like an Abyss thing. Yeah, I don't know.
From the ground. And honestly, this can only mean precursors, which is good and bad because it is the group that we know the least about, which means that
like it's very very towery and very citadel-y.
I'm going to equip you with everything I can tell you about the precursors, but know that we don't have that much information on them until 0.5 probably. And the precursor story is a lot like ours because in Rayclass, history repeats itself.
What if it's story related? Yes, yeah, but that means that it has to be like like a new act, right? You think?
Constantly, so that's what we're fighting against here. And what it means is we have to go way back in time, like way back. The Vol may have been ancient history to Elva, but the precursors are way more ancient than that. I mean, the precursors have structures that the cities in Delve are built on top of. Like, not even that the cities in Delve were. It's like the cities were built on top of the precursor stuff because the precursor stuff is so old.
Okay, the Great Fire. Precursors destroyed. 1,000 years of famine begins. Era of despair.
So anyway, let's talk about what we know about precursors. Doriani, who we see a lot of in Path of Exile 2, describes them as being as ancient to us as we are to you. So it means one chunk of time from us to the Vol is basically the same chunk of time from the Vol to precursors, so it's like doubly old, super old. Doriani is already a figure of ancient myth in Path of Exile 2, so precursors are basically like older than old, I guess. I can't emphasize that enough.
But is Doriani an ancient?
I suppose. They're ancient. Wow, crazy. But one thing that's very interesting about the ancients, and it's probably why they're coming back to us in Path of Exile 2 in a large...
This lore is going over my head. Yeah. People old, streamer doubly old. Yeah, I mean the lore is also kind of like going over my head, but that's kind of like why I like watching people talking about the lore, so I can hopefully learn something.
Way is that the ancients actually had corruption under control. So in PoE 2, obviously we go through the whole storyline chasing down the beast and making sure it doesn't destroy the whole world with its corruption, but the precursors actually had all of that figured out. Now obviously they still had a lot of conflicts like we have now. The Undying Hate Jewel from Path of Exile 2 says they believed themselves driven by necessity, but that desperation made them dangerous. They were constantly trying to beat the next next threat. They were also facing some very difficult challenges, different magics that they were having to account for all the time. And part of this is they made these like insane grand structures that we see with like the Citadel and all of the technology
Okay, so was it the Ancient that created the citadels?
that they talk about throughout Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. Like, as you can see in the teaser, there's these huge statues, and those actually match up with some of the Precursor Forge artwork we have in Act 4. So what we do know is that they are leaving behind this like huge network of towers. Obviously, you get the Precursor tablets and you put them in the Precursor towers. 1 + 1 = 2. What else do you need to know? Doriani does tell you that these were suspected to be part of a massive terraforming project. Terraforming isn't really new to the Atlas because that's basically what Shaper is doing to the Atlas in Path of Exile 1. Unsurprising that there's a civilization who's trying to transform the land in this kind of way. But obviously this is not new. This existed in 0.1 and will probably be built upon in 0.5, maybe in a much larger reworking way. And I'm hoping that it's going to be much more impactful because the idea is that all of these towers are connected and they can kind of talk to each other. One of the tablets in the game says that if the network had been completed, it could have changed the face of the world. So maybe we're getting a lot more biome customization, or when you complete a tower, it changes things, kind of like the Corrupted Nexus does, but in a much more meaningful way, I'm hoping. And we even see a reference to the towers coming out of the ground the way they did in the trailer with the From Nothing jewel that says they clawed their way up from agonizing depths of non-existence. But then again, that could also be related to the Abyssals, because the one thing that did stop the Precursors is the Abyssals. At least for now, we can hypothesize that this network of towers is coming back up and coming back online. Now, I did mention Delve because in Delve you do go into ancient ruins. However, those are a little bit different because the people in the Azurite mine are primevals or protovol. They're not precursors. So they came into the picture thousands of years after the precursors had already fallen. We have the 3 rings in Delve from Uzaza, Akeli, and Putembo that talk about the primevals, and they say they're led by a first king. They fled a long winter and settled in the mountains. So the primevals built their fortress for all the last king directly on top of the precursor tower network. So as I mentioned before, the ruins from Delve were built on top of the precursors, so they were 2 separate things, very far apart in time. It could be theorized that the primevals were destroyed by these towers coming online, because there's a lot of items that allude towards like one big crushing event. And in the context of Delve, it makes us wonder if the voices that Nico hears, if they're the primevals, or they could be the precursors, because he could be hearing the ghosts of the past, or even could be the Abyssals trying to rise up again, as always. So let's go over the edicts real quick. The first edict we don't know about, even though they're all depicted in Act 4. The first one had a destroyed mural, so maybe this update will show us what was in the first edict. The second edict was corruption, the seed of corruption, the creation of the beast. The third edict was the weapon that was used to destroy the beast's heart. And the last edict is the Arbiter of Ash, burning the world to restore her glory. So what's interesting here is that the fourth edict happened with the Arbiter of Ash doing whatever nonsense he did to the world, but the third edict was more like instructions, so it was never fully executed. A cataclysmic event stopped them from creating the weapon, and they had to go the nuclear route, which is how we ended up with the Winter of the World. This cataclysmic event could be the Abyssals or something else. And every culture has a different name for this, but basically there were 1,000 years of ash and famine. And this was when the Abyssals completely took over. They drew their power from the Well of Souls and started trying to conquer the world. A different agreement was created with the Third Pact, which is where humans and Titans came together to drive out the Abyssals. And Sin remembers some of this as part of the first children. Sin, his brother, and his sister, so Innocence and someone else, who were sent away from the precursor civilization because Sin remembers the precursor civilization just barely, just like childhood memories from when he was the young lad. Sin was exiled, if you will, and sent away probably to preserve the knowledge of the precursor civilization, but now he has no memory of it, basically. But maybe his memory will be jogged in this update. He says he remembers great works of stone and metal, and then obviously the main plot of Path of Exile, Sin stole the seed of corruption to create the beast and put the other gods to sleep, and then once the beast died, the gods rose up, and then we killed them, and then he saved the beast, and then it got recreated in Path of Exile too. So Sin is constantly using this precursor technology to destroy.
Bro, this is the first, like, the first cinematic. Bro, it was so good. The first cinematic, like, before launch of Early Access.
And reawaken the beast. But it's possible that now that the beast is growing again in Ray Class and Path of Exile 2, precursor work is either coming alive on its own or we are triggering it back into existence. Because the precursors made a contingency plan.
This is deeper lore than Lord of the Rings. Yeah, bro.
It is an automated response system to the spread of corruption. It is also meant to protect against any threat against the Mother Soul. Now, we don't know exactly what the Mother Soul is. It tends to have like an omniscience aspect to it. The Arbiter of Ash speaks of her as having supple flesh, wounds, and virtue that can be contaminated by mortal hands. Elder Maddox of the Asmiri describes Mother Soul as hope, the will to carry on no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice, no matter the consequences. And the Asmiri believe that the Mother Soul is older than the first children. And so the Fourth Edict, which is the Scorched Earth Edict, the Arbiter of Ash Edict, somehow is connected in this way to burn it all down and start again. So it means if we don't successfully make the weapon and destroy the beast in the Path of Exile 2 campaign, we have a nuclear option. And perhaps we'll learn more about this nuclear option or just successfully do the weapon thing. But nevertheless, we rely on the precursor's technology to face the beast and corruption itself. Us silly exiles and all of the remaining civilizations so far in Rayclast cannot compete with the precursor and the ancient technology. But fortunately, the ancient technology is still around, just waiting to be used. So maybe the end game will be defeating corruption. Maybe we actually never defeat the beast in the campaign and we're endlessly fighting it in the Atlas. Maybe instead of cleansing these corrupted nexuses, we're using the towers and their technology to scorch the earth and destroy corruption that way. There's a lot of different options here. They all point towards the end game, which is interesting because the campaign is so focused around the beast that it makes me wonder if we'll ever really defeat the beast at all. So I know a lot of this felt like disconnected information that we have around the ancients and not a cohesive storyline, but unfortunately, we just don't know much about the precursors yet. I expect that after 0.5 we'll know more, but it sounds like we're just
plot twist. You are the beast.
going to continue to use their technology to figure out how to keep the world from getting
Yeah, I mean, I should have known with all the tentacles and stuff.
completely consumed by corruption. So I hope you enjoyed this little preamble into the 0.5 update and the upcoming lore that we expect to see. And rest assured, there will be more content around 0.5. It seems like teaser season is not disappointing us. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
See ya.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Dette Legoland Billund Resort.
Ah. Okay. Anything else? Good? I mean, those lore videos, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to get into the lore, but I mean, it's rough. It's rough. Yeah, Haley even made everything you missed in Mirage story. Not gonna watch that. Anything else good? Yeah, I'm not looking for these mega long ones. Miso? What is Miso saying here?
Yesterday's teaser for 0.5, a lot of people are speculating that maybe we might be getting Shadow as the next class, because this man right here, who was in the teaser with a tuning fork, has something on his hip. And people are speculating that this item on his hip is actually a dagger. Now, it's a little bit hard to say or tell exactly if it is a dagger or not, but I'll leave that up to you guys and your interpretation. If you ask me, I don't really think it is, but I think it could be interesting to just kind of speculate and see what a shadow class could look like in Path of Exile 2. So we're going to be doing the same as we did with the duelist / gladiator video. If you haven't seen that already, I'm going to leave a link up here on top on the corner that will lead you to that video, because in that video I speculate what could a duelist / gladiator look like. And in this video we're going to do the same thing and take a look at what we think the shadow is going to look like in Path of Exile 2, with both the ascendancy itself and also the skills that might come with it. So taking a look at the shadow class on PoE Wiki for the Path of Exile 1 version of this class, we can see that the shadow is a Dex Int class, so it will be sitting where the monk is.
Yeah, Dex Int, yeah, so it's basically, yeah, similar to monk, like, I guess like a melee, yeah, I mean a melee spell mix type of character.
And it will be using daggers or claws, and it can use traps.
Traps and mines, bro. I mean, that's not my favorite, to be honest, like the traps and mines thing. It really isn't.
Mines. Now, for Path of Exile 2, we actually do have some information about how closely this is going to be matching the Path of Exile 1 version, because in ExileCon 2019, they actually had this image of all the weapons that they had planned to release. Now, at the time, they did not have talismans, because if we looked at early ExileCon information and footage, the Druid class was actually going to be using staves as their weapon, and the transforms themselves were going to be weapon types, but they ended up going with the talisman as the weapon for that transform class, so that's why it's not.
Yeah, like a rogue.
And also, as a result, some of this stuff may be subject to change.
But I mean, it's not like bow. It's not like bow focused. It's more like daggers and stuff.
See that we have daggers and traps up here for
daggers and traps, yeah.
Dex Int class, which would be the shadow class. But also, very interestingly, we have claws down here in the 100% Dex version. So it doesn't necessarily translate directly a 1-to-1 to where the shadow is. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out. But at least at this time in 2019, they did mention that they would be looking at daggers, traps, and claws being a weapon type in the game. Now, this is a little bit different from Path of Exile 1, because daggers and claws were the...
Yeah, like an assassin rogue, yeah. I just wonder what the options for, like, the traps and mines... I mean, with the whole, like, combo style, I'm trying to not, like, think of the traps and mines as traps and mines. I'm trying to think of them more like a debuff.
Weapon types, but traps themselves were skills and not weapons. And we can see that on PoE2 DB, this is confirmed that traps are a type of weapon that will be in Path of Exile 2, and they have actually been, well, at least in 0.1, we've seen these weapons actually drop on.
Oh my god, okay, so traps are actually going to be like a weapon type? Traps are two-handed ranged weapons that require dex and intelligence to equip. Traps cannot be used to attack directly. Throwing a trap places it on the ground, where it can either be detonated manually or triggered by close-by enemies, depending on the trap type.
The ground. So you can see it says right here, traps are two-handed ranged weapons that require dex and...
Yeah, but I mean, like, with weapon swapping and everything, I mean, you could put, like, a trap on your freaking back bar, or like, on your second bar, and just, like, you know, use it like that.
Int to equip. They can not be used to attack directly, so they don't have, like, an auto attack, but throwing a trap on the ground It can be detonated manually or triggered by close by enemies depending on the trap type. So your regular attack, right, is not going to be like something you're going to be attacking an enemy with. You're not going to whack them with a trap, but you can, I guess, from what I can read here, throw the mine on the ground, and based on the type, like this one, proximity, right, it'll activate.
Yeah, but the traps and the mines are two different things, right? You feel like it won't be endgame viable? Planting traps to clear rooms sounds awful. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be some type of like auto placing or something.
If an enemy is nearby, or if it's like this, like the shrapnel trap, you will need to press a button to detonate that trap. So those are going to be the two types of traps that we're going to be having in the game. And again, it is not a skill, but they probably will have skills coming along with them. So that is how the Shadow class is going to transfer over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. Going to be a little bit different, but for the most part, the same. Now, one thing I do want to mention, though, and clarify.
Like a mine gun? Yeah. Yes, I was kind of like thinking about how the grenades work, you know, with the crossbow. I was kind of thinking, yeah. I'm kind of surprised because like so like with the crossbows, you don't have any grenades that kind of like, you kind of like shoot one grenade and it like instantly explodes, right? They all have like these attack timers to them, like you shoot them out, takes a couple of seconds and then they blow up, right? Should have some type of like grenade thrower that kind of like just shoots a big I haven't played crossbow enough to know if that even exists, but I don't think it does.
Is that a lot of people think shadows are going to be that more assassin-y class with daggers, kind of like a traditional rogue or a thief in an MMO or an RPG that is just using physical attacks. But that is not quite the case with Shadow. Yes, that is a part of the class, but there's a reason why Shadow is not just pure dex, but also int as well. And that's because, as you can see, it is a class that rewards strategic coordination of attacks, spells, and traps. So spells are also a big part of the class, which is going to influence the type of skills and the playstyle that the class is going to be having. Now, taking a look at the ascendancies.
You think Shadow would have a huge backstab damage? Yeah, maybe like just like the like the initial attack type of thing, maybe. Yeah, so I think I would definitely approach the Shadow in like almost like a kind of like a similar as I'm doing the monk. Like that combination between spell and physical attack.
Shadow has 3 ascendancies in Path.
And also like the attacks having some type of like some type of magic, you know, associated with it.
Path of Exile 1. It has Assassin, it has Trickster, and it has Saboteur. Assassin is going to be a little bit more of that traditional crit base, kind of more thief-like class, of course. You can, of course, play it with spells.
Or a stun meter, yeah.
But if you're thinking about the traditional archetypes, that is probably closer to the archetype that Assassin fills. Now, the Saboteur, on the other hand, is going to be focused mostly on the traps and mines gameplay. And in the case with Path of Exile 2, if it does go over, it'll be traps. And then Trickster is a little bit of an interesting one, where it takes a lot of defensive nodes on its tree and doesn't really have too much in the case for offense. It doesn't really have like an offensive archetype. It's more of like a, hey, here's a class that just has a lot of defensive stuff into it to help you build your class and make it tanky / like avoidable, survivable. So those are the 3 ascendancies in Path of Exile 1 right now. And while it's not guaranteed that it'll be transfer over 1-for-1, right? For example, Ranger did get transfer over 1-for-1 with Deadeye and Pathfinder, but something like the Witch class got completely new ascendancies, right? So we don't know what's going to happen exactly there. But if we did get a 1-to-1, my expectation is that we would get Shadow with the Assassin ascendancy, because that is going to be tipped more closely to the dagger playstyle, the physical.
Chained dagger throws would be fun, yeah. Yeah, Shadow is kind of it's kind of cool in PoE 1. It's just like the like being used to like the skill animations and stuff in PoE 2 is just yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah.
Attacks, dagger, crit based dagger playstyle, right? And then since we are definitely getting traps, the other one would probably be Saboteur, since this would be more of a traps playstyle. While Trickster is very interesting, I do feel like it doesn't really fit into one of those archetypes because typically Path of Exile 2 has been a little bit more straightforward.
Do you think they will ever make the flasks like PoE 1? No, I don't think they will. And here's the reason for it. It's like with the charms and stuff on your belt, they are kind of like replacing certain of the flasks and stuff. I don't think they are ever gonna. I don't think we're gonna be like flask pianoing in PoE 2, like we do in PoE 1. I don't think, or I think if they add it, it's gonna be like it's not necessarily gonna be something that you're gonna be like hitting a lot. Like how I'm picturing it. If they are adding more flasks, it would be like if you want like in a certain situation, like a sudden like boost to something, you could kind of like just hit type like a flask. But I don't think it's going to be like implemented in a way that you're going to be using it as often. Yeah. Do you remember pressing them all at once? Yes, I do. Yeah. What about a yellow flask? What you mean? What do you mean, yellow flask?
And I'd say a lot less of the ascendancies are based on defensives. The only that really has that is like Smithic Kataba.
Rarity up? No, it's like the way I'm kind of seeing it is like I feel like in a lot of ways, like there are certain skills, or sorry, certain like passives and like ascendancy related stuff that's kind of like doing this already. What I'm thinking about, kind of like you want this instant like burst of some like extra damage or some just like some like super in like a certain situation, you get like a bunch of like extra armor or extra something. Oh, you mean rarity up, like oh yeah, I understand what you mean. You mean like the quality basically, or like the effectiveness of the flask. That's what you mean. Sorry. Just more rolls on it would be great, especially mana. Yeah, bro. True. Yeah, that's true. And I think that would be like also a way to solve it. Like getting just more effects, more mods on your flasks. Yeah. Yeah. Let us use exalts on the flask. Yeah. Like freaking 6 modded flask, bro. That would be cool. Yeah, I mean, it would be, right? Just more ways to kind of like add modifiers to whatever we are building. A flask defined build, imagine. Yeah, like your flasks are just insane. Yeah, that would be cool.
Everything else is kind of based on offense, right? So as a result, I don't know if Trickster is going to make the cut if they do decide they want to bring this class over a 1-to-1 at least. They might do Assassin as one, they might do Saboteur as the other one, and then Trickster, that might be left behind or come at a later date and be kind of...
Yeah, so the thing is that what we do have are we do have the unique flasks, right? Overheal would be cool. Bro, do you remember the what the heck was it called? Bro, what was it called? The oh my god, there was this energy shield stacking overhealing type of thing. Overflowing. Oh, I can't remember the name. That was so freaking broken, bro. It was like in the very beginning. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like you would get these you would pick up these little like remnants, I think, and it would just like continue stacking your energy shield.
reworked.
Or like
So
increasing.
that's what I think is going to be coming for the ascendancies for the
You remember? Yeah.
Now, when it comes to these skills, I think that the philosophy typically is that they bring over some pretty basic skills from Path of Exile 1. Not some super fancy, nothing super flashy. Something like Lightning Arrow, for example, right? Very basic. Shoots an arrow that has lightning in it.
Yeah, Cobra Lash. Yeah, I remember this skill. Yes, I wonder if it's going to be like Poison. If the shadow is going to be like poison oriented.
Or something like Gas Arrow, right? You shoot an arrow and it puts a gas cloud on the ground. So
gas dagger.
I think that the typical skills that they bring over are going to be anything super complicated. So as a result, I think they're going to be bringing over these skills based off the archetypes. So for the
probably more like bleed poison. Yeah. Yeah. But bleed is more like strength focused, right? Poison, I mean, that's definitely like dexterity. So what would be like the like probably chaos, right? Poison and chaos.
Non-trap archetypes, I think, are bringing over Viper
Strike, Poison and chaos,
Lash, Blade Vortex, Ethereal Knives, and also Whirling Blades, which is a
no freaking electricity, please.
skill. Because we have seen travel skills like Shield Charge in the game already, Disengage, things like that. So it's not like they're against travel skills, but they just kind of tune them down a little bit. So those are the ones that I think are coming for kind of the more like non-trap playstyle.
You know what I dislike? All those skills in PoE 2 that kind of like shoots you backwards. It's like kind of like an attack and like an almost like a dodge, but like up in the air backwards. I think those skills are so like I do not approve of them.
So it's gonna be a mixture of spells and also attacks.
Yeah.
And then for the traps, I think they're gonna be bringing over
it's so weird.
Trap. Well, I guess we'll skip bear trap a little bit. Lightning trap, fire trap, ice trap, and.
But imagine if you're rocking a bow, right, or daggers, and you are kind of like moving forwards in this like freaking gymnastic move. And then you just like jump up in the air, you do like a front flip, and then you just like come down on your targets with your daggers, like power strike.
Nice big trap. Now, bear trap, I think, is a little bit interesting.
Vaulting meta, bro.
Bringing it over, this might be like the auto attack for the trap, and I'll show you why in just a second. But it's kind of like a very basic attack. And that's why I think is
like so the monk has some of those cool attacks. Can't hit if you're the only one that's jumping. No, but you're jumping up in the air and just coming down, crashing down on your enemies.
Gonna be the one. So let's start by taking a look at some of these non-trap skills. The first one that I think is going to be coming is going to be Viper Strike. It is a very simple,
like a slam, but only with like your daggers, like you're jumping up and like I don't know, roaring leap. Yeah, but in more like a finesse type of way, more like a gymnastic type of way, you know, because it is a yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Like that would actually be really cool. Like if the different classes had like a little bit different like movement, like dodging animations and stuff. That would be cool. Vault over and stab as it goes. Oh, as it goes over. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Because it kind of makes it like almost like a melee attack, but at the like a ranged attack at the same. Like that's really like the monk also has like the quarterstaffs. It's like something in between. Like it's not fully melee and it's not fully ranged. It's like somewhere in between.
A basic skill. It is just taking.
You'd love that playstyle. Yeah. I mean, it sounds good, right? That sounds really cool.
Dagger, hitting the enemy, And
Sounds like the shadow would be great for it.
Simple and straightforward. I'm going to bring us into Path of Exile to show you guys what that could potentially look like. So let's put on Viper Strike right here. And then I'm going to go walk up to an enemy and we're just going to attack it. So right here, we see a skeleton. Boom. I'm going to hit it and it just makes them poisoned, right? You see the little poison cloud on the top of it. And then it starts ticking down due to that poison damage. Very simple, very straightforward, which is, again,
but is it spreading?
Of what types of attacks they typically in skills they typically port over 1-to-1 from
just like a dot, right?
Just go up, attack the enemy, and then they just get poisoned. Now in Path of Exile 1, poisons can just stack infinitely by themselves.
Or a skill where you phase through them and do damage. Oof. Like a ghost shadow.
Unlike Path of Exile 2. So we'll kind of see how that interaction comes and goes. Typically right now, the poison playstyle is a little bit more focused on the Pathfinder side of things. So we'll see kind of how that bounces out. In Path of Exile 1, actually, the assassin does have a bit of poison stuff, but I'm not entirely sure if they're going to be bringing...
Bro, I hope they add more ascendancies to like all the classes. Like ascendancies are just so... It's such a cool way to like add those really like character fantasies with like the it kind of like additions of like passive / active skills.
That into the class itself, the ascendancy itself, because
ethereal shadow, ethereal shadow, yeah. What's your dream ascendancy, bro?
Pathfinder does already have that archetype. So we'll see how they end up doing that. Another skill that they have is Cobra Lash.
Bro, that's a rough question. Like I'm gonna have to like start with a class and kind of like think from there, I think. Flame Lord with fire tornadoes. Bro, we could probably... Bro, that actually made me want to try and make a build. Like, yeah, like a tornado warrior or something. No, but I was thinking about, like, I think it would be extremely cool to have, like, imagine, like, having a... like we're gonna have to wait and see what the Marauder is gonna do, but like the monk is kind of doing it with like the only using the fists. You know, it's not using any weapons, just like the fists. It would be really cool with some type of warrior, or either like a warrior or a Marauder ascendancy that was like all pure fists, and you will kind of like rip freaking enemies apart and stuff, just like punch them to blood dust or something. Turret ascendancy would be cool. Yeah, so that's like what's it called? Totem, some type of totem. Yeah. Yeah, so that kind of exists, right? Like a totem, a turret totem. Like a trap master? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so if we are specifically talking about the shadow here, I mean, like the ethereal shadow sounds really cool, but also like a super poison, very like gymnastic, like a monk on steroids, but with like poisonous daggers and stuff. But you drop turrets that prime enemies and your main skill detonates. Ooh. Oh, yeah, that really, you know what? That, yeah. That really sounds like PoE 2, you know? That really sounds like something in PoE 2. Like, you know, like the warrior when it's like prepped for your shattering attack type of thing. Like something that makes them, you know, ready to explode, and then, yeah. Yeah, but the monk is kind of like doing a bunch of like those type of things. Like killing Pom, and you have the oh, what's it called when you like go totally rabid, just like zoom. Oh, can't remember that skill. But I mean, it has to be different. That's the thing, because the classes they all are very different, and I think that's really, really important to make sure that they continue, or like all the classes are different. So it's like, what can a shadow so it's basically like the same. It's dexterity, intelligence, same as the monk. What can it potentially do differently? I mean, it's gonna be like a semi-similar thing, but like if you think about the difference between a sorceress and a witch, those are quite defined, right? Those are quite defined differences. Yeah. So like yeah, what else could be like a super assassin, you know? Like bows comes into mind, like really comes into mind, bows. But we kind of already have that with the ranger, you know, or like, yeah, I don't know. It has to be something that or it has to be some skills connected kind of like with the class that's gonna do something different with the bow. Like you can equip the bow on basically any class, but some type of skills associated with it, associated with the shadow. That's yeah. And then we have shurikens, yeah, like the ninja stars. Yeah, shurikens, yeah, shurikens, yeah, yeah. That's pretty cool. Something that like when you attack, like it's just gonna like shoot out these shurikens, yeah. That's cool. Bounce from enemy to enemy, yeah. But what would be some like truly insane like shadowy skills? I mean, it has to be connected to like the daggers, right? So maybe like a dagger. So you know, like the rain of arrows, where you kind of like shoot up in the air and it kind of like rains arrow down in the area. Maybe something like that, but with daggers. Shadow clones, yeah. Yeah. I would love to have like all the different weapon types act in like so if you're using this weapon type on this class, it's gonna like act differently, or it's gonna be, you're gonna have some like other choices. I think that would be really cool. I think that would add like another dimension to like the different weapon types.
Another poison-based attack with the dagger class. It basically just fires a poisonous projectile that will chain between enemies. So let's take a look at this one right here. We're going to find another group of enemies, and then we're going to go hit them with this. You see, it just shoots a little projectile.
It's piercing. I mean, I mean, it's a chaining.
Very straightforward, and it poisons them.
Is it really chaining? Is it?
That I think is going to be added to the game. That again isn't too complicated.
Yeah, I like that aspect, like the chaining aspect, and like the hitting multiple targets. I think that's cool.
The third skill that I think will get added is Blade Vortex.
Yeah, Blade Vortex is pretty cool.
Skill. It is a skill that you press.
Blade Vortex is kind of cool because you press it and it kind of like gives you these spinning daggers around you, right?
And it makes blades circle around your character. The more times you press it, the more blades get added around you. So while it's not like a a righteous fire thing,
so almost like a spin to win type of thing,
where you just press the button once, it just does damage around you. You kind of have to keep a more active play style.
It's like a whirlwind, basically.
Blades will circle around you and then do damage to the enemy. This is why I do think there is a good likelihood that this will come into Path of Exile 2. Kind of
ailments spread. Yeah, like a poison spread, like contagion, but like poison.
One state, because it does still require you to play an active playstyle. Unlike Righteous Fire, which they have mentioned in the past, that they don't really
Warframe,
a huge fan of how that playstyle is in the game. So yeah, I do think that Ethereal Knight or the Blade Vortex is going to be coming pretty close to 1-to-1. And this is a spell, by the way. It looks like an attack, but it is a spell. And same
There is a Warframe called Saren. He does poison spread so good. Okay.
with the next one.
But you know how contagion works, right? Like having a poison skill that kind of like does or like excuse me, like visually. So like what contagion is doing is like it's if you put contagion on an enemy and you kill it, it kind of like spreads the chaos damage. But kind of like maybe like a poison variant of that. But it's just like the spreading and how that works that I feel like needs to be nailed.
Ethereal Knives. This is one of the kind of original assassin
poison and armor strips. Yeah.
Shadow skills that was introduced to the game. A spell that just kind of sprays a cone of projectiles forward, physical projectiles, right? And
I really like the combination of different elements and stuff. I just think visually it needs to look good. So like the combination between like poison and chaos, or like poison and fire, poison and, you know, I think that, yeah. I think the visual aspect of that has like huge potential.
It is again a spell. So very straightforward. You walk up.
And when they die from that poison, it spreads, and the spread is so good. Yeah, that's kind of like what we need, right? The just like the spreading of the poison is or like the spreading of the dot basically is important.
To a group of enemies, right? And then boom, it does damage to them. Very easy, very simple, very straightforward. Next is going to be Whirling Blades. This one, again, is a traversal skill. You just press it, and then you move forward. I think that they will add this. I do think it is a pretty iconic skill, I guess, right? It's kind of like Leap Slam, Shield Charge. So Leap Slam for maces and two-handed weapons, right? Shield Charge for shields. And then this Blade Vortex is going to be for daggers. So because of that, they kind of do have like an archetype movement skill for all the weapon types. And I think that...
Well, I kind of like want to put a freaking two-hander or something on my... on the back bar of my monk, just to do Leap Slam.
Whirling Blades is going to be the dagger archetype moving skill.
That's how fire should be too. Boom. Bingo, my dude. Bingo. Spreading flames, you know, igniting, spreading, causing burn build-up. Like, yeah. It's just a visual. It's basically like the visual that's different, right? And also the ignite, basically, like you have the little explosion at the end. Like, that's the difference between like the poison and the fire. Yeah, now we're onto something.
And they will definitely bring it over. So nothing.
Developers of PoE 3, Mr. Alex, Mounts of Fairy Tales.
Really too much to explain here. It doesn't do much damage. Of course,
it's literally how Spark works. Is it really? Isn't Spark like all these little like lightning tendrils on the floor?
If you scale your character enough, it will do a good bit of damage. We'll see how they implement it into Path of Exile 2. It might have like a cooldown, or it might have like a significant, like, you know, afterwards you have like a lot of lag. Who knows?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see like kind of like how PoE 2 is gonna approach this whole situation of like people actually wanting to be able to like just do one skill. Kind of like in PoE 1, you know, like you have one main skill that's basically doing like all your damage. Like if anything's gonna change, or if they're gonna stick to like this combo situation,
because it doesn't seem like they really like bringing like actual movement skills into the game and make it so that you can actually use them.
Yeah, shocked enemies spread it to each other, the spark. Yeah.
First quickly. So that's going to be the last of the non-trap skills. Now for the
think about the also like the, you know, like the super overpowered skills and stuff. Like you don't necessarily kind of like get the animation of it. You don't see it. You just like, you know, and everything's dead. You know, that's kind of like also like a bad thing if a thing is like super OP. You don't get like the visual enjoyment out of like kind of seeing the skill doing its thing. You know,
trap skills. I think they're gonna be bringing bear trap, lightning trap, fire trap, ice trap, and seismic trap. It's kind of the elemental
tricky
traps.
balancing.
This one's like the physical, so it's not an element, but it's like rounding it out. They're all very straightforward and simple. Now, I mentioned earlier that bear trap might be like the auto attack or like the basic attack that you have for the traps. You just kind of throw it out and then
fast clear is the way. Yeah,
because it really is just super simple. It doesn't do anything beyond just like a regular.
Yeah, but it has to have like that visual aspect that you can actually see, you know, what the skill is doing, in my opinion.
So you can see here, I'm gonna throw out the trap. The enemy's gonna walk over it, and boom, it just snaps and just holds it in place. And
yeah, look at this trap.
Right? And that's why I think that this might just be the vanilla like attack that you get alongside of the trap.
Thing about like traps and mines and stuff, it's like it's cool if you want to go fast, but kind of like kill in like you just want to focus on kind of like moving forwards, but you don't want to like necessarily just run past every enemy. You kind of like just move past them, you drop the mine, they're gonna chase you, and boom, you know. But I don't feel like that necessarily is like super working. I think that's kind of like the way it's intended to be. I don't think you're supposed to be like facing enemies, throwing the traps necessarily. It's more like something you kind of like move past them, you throw a trap as you go, and then you just keep moving, type of thing.
Archetype, like the weapon, because it really is just way like I think it's even too simple to port over as a regular skill. So that's why I think bear trap will probably be the basic weapon attack. Now, lightning trap is the only blue.
You would rather that the traps suck them in, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Maybe they bring over as a blue trap, maybe not. They might
True.
Bring
You're trapping them.
Honestly, any of the actual attributes on this is kind of, you know, it can change, right? So for this one, I'm sure that they'll probably change up how they
and it would be cool that if you could add like so let's say you have a trap and then you can add like specific mines to them, or add like specific things. That would be kind of cool. You can kind of like design your own traps.
Animations look, but you're gonna throw the trap, the enemies hit it, and it just shoots out a bunch of ball lightnings around. And that's, again, very simple, very straightforward.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, right?
Does lightning damage in an area around it.
That's kind of cool.
Next one is going to be fire trap. It's going to be pretty much the same as well. So you're going to go up.
Yeah, like a saw bladed with a vortex to pull them in.
And then it lays a bunch of fire on the ground that'll burn.
Yeah, that would be cool. That sounds cool.
So just like that, boom, fire trap on the ground. I'm thinking that they might do it less about like burning ground and more of like actual just like fire damage. I don't know why. It just feels like a hunch, because it is a little bit different from like, for example, how like
it's just like traps and mines to me. It's just like weird.
Laying down the
I don't know. It's just
ground. So they might get rid of the
not my cup of tea.
Ground. And then next
has to be something like really cool for me to be interested.
Does ice damage to the enemies around it. Again, very simple, very straightforward. I think that they're going to start with these for the traps, and maybe might add some new trap skills that'll be a little bit more flashy. And then, of course, lastly, we're going to have seismic trap right here, which is going to do just a bunch of physical damage in an area around it, right? Just, you see, boom, there's physical damage, these little seismic explosions, right? That is going to be the last of it. So yeah, those are the skills that I think they're going to be bringing over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. Now, of course, there are always going to be new skills as well, so I'm excited to see what those look like as well, in addition to these skills that I think are going to be poured over as a one-to-one. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think...
Yeah, unless the traps are magic, we feel outdated.
Instead of these ones.
Yeah. Yeah, or I mean, like, they have to be really, really cool, you know? Like, they have to be super cool. For me to be interested in them, basically. If it's int and dex, it would make sense being magic traps. Yes. Yeah, or like the effects of it being some, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, but that was an interesting, video from Miso
We
there.
finally received news on Path of Exile
Okay, let's hear what Dreamcore
2's
is
next
saying.
big update, patch 0.5, which is going to be called Return of the Ancients. The contents for this update are going to be fully revealed on May 7th, but surprisingly, the patch won't actually be playable until May 29th, 3 weeks following the reveal livestream.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is the first time that I can remember since I've been playing Path of Exile 1 and 2 that a patch will launch anything but 8 days after the reveal. It's certainly a bit strange that the reveal is taking place on May 7th rather than a week prior to launch like it would normally, so what's going on there? Well, we know that patch 0.5 for Path of Exile 2 is going to be focused on the endgame, and even the name and teaser we got seems to be referring to the precursors, which, from what we've gathered so far, are kind of heavily tied up in the core story of the game, even going into the endgame with the precursor towers and the precursor tablets, and the weapon we put together in Act 4, and even the Arbiter and the Flame Seed that he protects. All of those things are of precursor.
I just think like it's really cool with like the so like what you can do in the temple, for example, but also like in the what's it called, the Keepers of Flame, like the Breach update, where you can actually you know, get these grafts, like these added limbs, basically. I think like anything that can kind of like modify and put like extra things on you is really cool. Like and also those like special things, like basically, like obviously you have like all your like regular armor and like your weapon slots and everything, but like all the other things that you can kind of like add on top of that to kind of like customize things, I think it's really cool. Like the grafts, like the added limbs and stuff in Keepers of the Flame was so cool. Like I really hope that's gonna come to PoE 2.
Origin. So I expect this patch will be fleshing out new endgame systems or entire system overhauls, and I think it's quite likely that they have had to delay the launch because they can't really ship this patch with a system or two that aren't fully finished. And it may be that the scope just kind of crept up a bit. It is what it is. And I think they probably wanted to keep the reveal closer to the intended date, that was the end of April, so that people have something to look forward to and to discuss in the meantime. Now, back prior to the launch of Path of Exile Mirage, I made a video about the 2 possible timelines for Path of Exile 1 and 2 in 2026, where I basically went over my thoughts on possible releases for the year for both games, and how ExileCon fits into all of it. We know that the 3rd ExileCon is going to take place in November of this year, and GGG aren't going to be putting on a massive event like that without having some big announcements planned to take place. And the obvious one that most have pointed out is of course the full launch for Path of Exile 2, patch 1.0, which some believe will be released in December this year, about a month after ExileCon. And that was one of the timelines in my previous video, one that would see Path of Exile 2 patch 0.5, then 0.6 this year, and finally 1.0 at the end of the year for full launch, removing the paywall by making the game.
Okay, let's have a look at this. Yeah, so this is where we're at. So this December 12th, that's when we got the current league. 24 weeks later. And the question is, yeah, we're getting the ancients. Question is, will there be something between May and December. It should be, right? So what they could do is that they could do like a 3-month thing, right? So May 29th, June, July, August, maybe like in the end of August they could do another one, and then yeah, the 1.0 in December.
Free to play and adding the full campaign.
Probably going to be more likely to be late
However,
November
this
though.
May 29th launch for 0.5 kind of...
Or maybe mid-December actually.
timeline a little
Mid-December,
bit,
sorry.
Because I can't really see them doing another PoE 2 patch between May 29th and December this year if 1.0 is truly going to launch in December. The window of time is just a bit too short at just over 6 months for 2 updates. And I think if the plan is still to do full release this year, then it's probably going to be all hands on deck to work on that patch from here on out, so that it's the massive update that everyone would expect from a full launch when it finally does come around. Now, there's also the fact that ExileCon is happening this year, and this kind of event requires planning a long time in advance, maybe...
Launch will be 2028.
...12 to 18 months in advance, and there's no way they would have been able to know for sure that PoE 2 would be ready for full launch by the time the event rolls around. After all, we saw that with Exile...
Bro, if ExileCon is gonna be like a... Bro, imagine if they have to get up on stage. Imagine if they have to get up on stage and at ExileCon and like explain why 1.0 is not going to be in 2026. That would be crazy.
Con 2 in 2023, they announced the early access launch for almost an entire year following that event, for June 2024, and that then needed to be pushed back not once but twice to December 2024. And I think it's quite likely that at the time they planned ExileCon 2, they probably expected PoE 2 to be in a more finished state by the time the event actually took place, so that they could announce a relatively close launch date. But sometimes these things just don't go as planned. So with all of that said, I think GGG announcing the full launch of Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon is almost guaranteed, and I think that's the reason why the event even exists. That's the main announcement they're going to be making. That's the one that everyone is expecting. However, I'm not really sure when the full launch will be. It could be in December, absolutely, but it could just as likely be planned for summer 2027, or even December 2027. Right now, we have no idea. And I think it's possible that even GGG themselves are not fully sure about this just yet either. It's likely going to come down to how 0.5 is received by the community. If it's well received, then they may push on for a completed campaign and maybe a new class or two, and go for a December 2026 launch. But if it's not, well, that may throw a spanner in the works. And that's where their backup plan may come into effect. You may remember that at ExileCon 2 in 2023, GGG did the big gameplay set for PoE 2 on stage with Mark and Jonathan, and they announced the early access launch for almost a year into the future, but then they had something planned that everyone could just dig into in the meantime, and that was patch 3.22 for Path of Exile 1, the Trial of the Ancestors, and it was quite a big patch.
Trial of the Ancestors,
I think it's possible, and perhaps actually more likely than ever now.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping is going to be like the third ascendancy method.
Now, that Path of Exile 1 will get the end-of-year slot this year following ExileCon, and it could be the long-awaited patch 4.0. See, back before PoE 2 became a standalone game, it was originally planned as a massive update to PoE
1 on the hike,
with a new campaign, a new gem socket system, new character rigs, and more. Then, when PoE 2 was announced as a separate game at ExileCon 2023, players were left wondering what that meant for PoE 1. After all, you need to keep in mind that at the time, all of the fans at that event and everyone watching from home were PoE 1 players, because PoE 2 didn't even exist at that time. And what it meant is that PoE 1 would have to suffer for a while, including an 11-month-long league for 3.25.
Oh my god, I remember that.
To develop both games side
Yeah,
by
that was a
side.
long wait.
But by today, a lot has changed. We're just off the back of one of the best leagues of all time in 3.28 Mirage, and PoE 1 now has its own dedicated team. Additionally, Mark has set in motion a new endgame story arc with Zana and the Atlas that began in 3.26, and we know that he has plans to expand this story in time, presumably with future Atlas expansions. And when would be a better time to announce a big update like that than on the stage at ExileCon, where it can get the flowers that it deserves? So to summarise, if PoE 2 is going to launch this year, I think it's quite likely that we're going to have back-to-back 6-month-long leagues in 0.4 and 0.5, because I can't really see there being enough time between 0.5 and 1.0 at the end of the year for a patch 0.6. And if
I mean, it could be, if what they are planning, like between now and release, it's gonna take like a little bit shorter, or it's not, they're not kind of like huge. So like I started talking about, or like at the start of the stream today, like we were talking about the what's actually remaining, you know, before we get like what we consider to be like a 1.0 launch, and it's the remaining acts and it's the remaining classes, right? That's kind of like what we are considering launch ready, right? Because we have all the classes, we have all the acts in the campaign, and yeah. But so I think what they originally planned was not to spend so much time on focusing on the end game, but I think what they are really what they acknowledge is really important is the end game, because when you get through the campaign, like the place you're going to spend the most time in the league is going to be in the end game. If the end game is not super good, that's a problem, because the end game and like the league mechanics and the end game is what's basically like keep people coming back, you know, like that's the formula of Path of Exile. It's like the new league mechanic and the changes to end game, basically. So I think they've kind of like shifted their focus. Like I think the main focus was like, yeah, end game is gonna like let's just leave end game in this sort of like temporary state as we work on the rest of the acts. But I think now it's kind of like flipped. It's kind of shifted a little bit. Now it's like very end game focused, and the acts are kind of like, the acts and the new classes are kind of like pushed a little bit to the side, I think, or the remaining stuff, and the full focus is on end game, I think, because that's kind of like how they are working in PoE 1. Like that's how they have been working in PoE 1, right? New mechanics, new league mechanics, upgrades to the end game, right? So that's what they are kind of what they are used to, you know. That's what they've been working on for the last 10 years, basically, right? Or at least 5 or 6, I guess. So I think maybe that's the situation. Like the situation is kind of in a place where like they are really focusing on endgame, because we can get through the campaign as it is right now with like the yeah, I can't remember the name of them, but the interludes, I guess. Yeah, the interludes, like we can get through that, but like what happens after we are through with the interludes, that's kind of like really where the game is, right? That's really where it's at. No. So I think that's kind of like the thing. They're really focusing on the end game, because that's what's kind of like keeping players for longer. That's what most of the players are really excited for. And that's kind of like what keeps people coming back. Changes to league mechanics and or added league mechanics and end game, basically. End game is everything in ARPGs, yeah. So I think they have kind of shifted their focus a little bit, to be honest. I think the initial plan was like get the campaign done, then focus on endgame. But I think that's turned around and bit them. And now they just have to they have to make sure if endgame is not superb in 0.5, what does it really mean if the acts 5 and 6 are gonna be great? If you know as a player, at the end of the campaign, you're gonna have a bad time, right? Endgame is supposed to be like the climax, right? That's where it's at. So that's the mega focus here. But I mean, I understand why things are taking a little bit extra time. I just don't want to get told that there is gonna be a new league there's gonna be a new big patch, new league every 4 months, and it's not happening. Just stop that. So what I'm hoping is that they're gonna say, or the next announcement after 0.5, I hope they are gonna say that we are launching 1.0 in December 2026, and if they are ready to launch, ready to release 2 months before that, well, that's better than saying in 4 months and then releasing in 6. Endgame is the only reason you play? Yeah. I mean, I love going through the campaign as well, to be honest. But that's more from a build aspect, you know. I feel like that's where you're actually kind of making the solid foundation to your build. But my dudes, Alex is back with some food. I'm gonna have to go get some food as well. I think I'm gonna call it for this session. We are hunting the hype. Amounts and Fairy Tales, you are you. We are hunting the hype for 0.5 Path of Exile 2. I want to say thank you for watching. I mean, if you like what you're seeing, hit me up with a like. If you want to see more content like this, consider subscribing. That's going to be it for now. The hunt continues, and I hope to see you in the next one. Peace, my dudes, and thank you for watching.